DevCast. DevCast is our live satellite broadcast we do every quarter, targeted at helping developers build better solutions with our products. Today we're very pleased to be coming to you live from TechEd in New Orleans. In addition to a very good crowd here live in the audience, we've got over 50,000 people joining us in 1,502 sites around the world today. So we're very pleased that you're helping us make DevCast the biggest developer event in the industry. But much more importantly to us, we really hope that you find the information we show you today extremely useful to you, and the information that we provide in the attendee pack on all the source code on the solutions and detailed technical information, very valuable, so when you go back to your jobs, you find it relevant to the projects you're working on. Let me talk a little bit about the idea behind DevCast. This is our fourth one we've done. We started doing them in last May. And the idea has been pretty consistent, that we take some basic development concepts, our latest databases and development tools, and apply them to a pretty typical business solution. The philosophy is very much learn by example. We've followed this approach because in talking to a lot of developers, they've told us they find more value to see technology applied to real business problems as opposed to discussed in isolation. So that'll be the framework for today. The other concept behind doing DevCast is to get you the absolute latest information direct from the product and program managers at Microsoft who are shaping that technology. So you're armed with this information to go back into your companies and build solutions to give your organizations a competitive advantage. The other idea behind DevCast is very much a joint learning opportunity, that we can build a community of developers with Microsoft who give us feedback on how to build better development tools, how to improve our information delivery, how to get you third-party support that you need to build a complete solution, and what things you want us to prioritize for the near-term and our long-term strategy. Let's talk about specifically what we're going to do today. Today in this DevCast, we're going to focus on rapid application development of database solutions. And while we'll talk about how to improve the productivity of developers, we'll also focus on things like security and data integrity that are key to deploying a mission-critical database solution. So we won't be trading those things off for developer productivity. The other theme of today is integration. Integration of a company with its customers and suppliers and its business processes. Integration of various desktop systems with enterprise data from a variety of sources. Integration of off-the-shelf applications into your solutions so that you can build those solutions much more quickly and don't have to reinvent the wheel. Now, if we take a look at what we mean in terms of the specific agenda for DevCast today, we're going to start with a keynote by Roger Heinen, who's the Senior Vice President of the Developer Division at Microsoft. And he's going to bring up some members of his team to show us what's new from our database group. Specifically, we're going to take a look at the new version of Microsoft Access, version 2.0, the new version of FoxPro version 2.6, and a new version of SQL Server that's just come out, version 4.21 of Microsoft SQL Server for Windows NT. Once we've laid the groundwork in terms of new technology, we're going to go ahead and demonstrate the solution we've talked about and then build it piece by piece. We're going to do the first three modules, take some questions from you live in the audience and via phone lines. Then we're going to take a 20-minute break, let everybody stretch a bit, get some lunch depending on what time zone you're in. And then we'll finish the remaining three modules of the solution, followed by some more Q&A. Well, like any DevCast, we need to end on a high note with some sneak previews of coming technology. And usually we have to struggle to get the product groups to sort of tip their hand a bit on what's coming. Well, today we're very fortunate that we're going to see quite a bit of stuff. We're going to see an OLE 2 custom control for Access that lets you navigate through data. We're going to see a future version of FoxPro, beyond version FoxPro version 2.6. We're going to see a future version of some technology we're working for SQL Server. We're going to see some things like 32-bit versions of Word and Excel and the 32-bit version of Visual C++ 2.0. We'll take a very quick tour of all those coming technologies that we're going to use as the basis of future DevCast. So with that, let me talk about some of the materials you should have received. This information is available on the TechEd CD for those of you at TechEd. Those of you in viewing this event remotely should have been sent a packet with some floppy diskettes in it and some detailed papers. The most critical one is something called the DevCast Roadmap. This roadmap is a detailed architectural overview and key code fragments in the solution. Basically explains the key design and development concepts. On the attendee diskettes, you'll see complete source code for everything we're going to show you today on some sample databases, so you can go ahead and try it out and cut and paste the code into your own applications. We've put together as well a hypertext help file that lets you drill down through parts of the solution if you want to get more technical information. We've also put together some product literature on the database tools and information services we offer. And the last thing that's in there is an order form if you want to order copies of this DevCast in videotape form or any of the previous DevCasts. Let me actually go ahead and show you that help file I talked about, and I'll switch over to start that up. And you can see on the screen we're highlighting the 6 key modules we'll show you today, 3 in Access, 2 in FoxPro, and 1 in Microsoft SQL Server. And let's go ahead and take a look at the remote customer ordering module, and we can take a look at things like the process flow. We'll show a transaction as it flows through a couple of organizations today. We've got a flow chart of where that is. An architecture of the application, what are the key pieces, how does the database interface to heterogeneous data sources and messaging services, for example. Key code fragments. Let's take a look at code on how to use Access transactions to insert SQL Server records. And you can see that, and you could cut and paste that code. And then we'll take a look at more detailed technical information. Say you wanted to learn more about the JET database engine that's part of Microsoft Access. There's technical information on the features that it supports. And the last thing I wanted to show you on the help file is we've had a tremendous amount of assistance from third parties, people like Digital Equipment and Watermark Corporation and Asymmetrics Corporation. And you'll see how we use some of their products in the show today. We've provided on the attendee diskette how to get more information on those companies and what we showed in the program. So with that, let's get started, and I'm very pleased to introduce Roger Heinen, the Senior Vice President of the Developer Division at Microsoft, to give us a view of our strategy for helping developers be more productive. Roger?
Thank you. Thank you, Jeff. This is a great event. It allows us to tie together broadcast technology and the technology of the Microsoft developer tools to make a direct connection to you all. It's a good opportunity for us to show new things. It's a good opportunity to help explain how all the tools and all the parts of Microsoft fit together so that you can build cutting-edge applications. I'm pleased to say that we have more than 50,000 people joining us from around the world. There are 1,500 plus sites where people are watching this broadcast. It's enormously exciting. We're being joined by people as far away as Istanbul. There's 170 people there. That's quite exciting. And also I heard that a pub, George's Pub in Westchester in the UK is turned off MTV so that they can broadcast DevCast today. It's really, really exciting for us to be able to do this. We have an opportunity to work together. We have an opportunity to show you exactly how to fit the pieces together from Microsoft to deliver applications. One way of looking at that is to see all the pieces together in one picture. The underlying systems architecture, the Windows architecture, the Windows NT architecture, tied together with the same API, tied together with a new object-oriented framework called OLE, and on top of that, the opportunity to use the Microsoft Office as development components tied together with our development tools. Taken all together, that's the technology part of the equation, and holding that up, the foundation for that is all the developer opportunities that we have, all the programs we have for developers worldwide, the solution provider program, events like TechEd in New Orleans, events like this DevCast. It's really, really an exciting time for us. Now, as we look forward, one of the things you're going to see today are some examples of how we're putting together tools in a new way. What we like to say is that the tools today can create OLE components. The tools today can use OLE components, and you'll see some of these in the next few minutes. And in the future, the tools themselves will be OLE components, and they'll fit together in a new and exciting architecture with a number of shared things at the top level. You'll see some demonstrations of these things later with Access 2.0. You'll then be able to pick your development language, XBase, Visual Basic for applications, or Visual C++, merge these components, these OLE components together into new kinds of application structures that are client-server, application structures that automate business processes, and so forth. All of this is based on a new foundation of data access components, and you'll see some of that played out in our demonstration of SQL Server. So it's a unique opportunity for you to see what other cutting-edge developers are doing, for you to see how we at Microsoft envision these tools working together, what is the methodology, and so forth. I'd like to begin by introducing Libby Johnson-McKee to show us some things that are exciting about Access 2.0. As you know, we introduced Access 2.0 on Monday, and we had a really exciting launch. And Libby, why don't you show us what's new with Access 2.0?
I will, Roger. Access 2.0 is the latest database from Microsoft that combines ease of use and power for developers. And I'm going to show you a number of things that are from our design goals for Access 2.0. The first thing that we wanted to do was make Access more consistent with the Office applications. The second thing we wanted to do was to make it easier to use for a broad range of users. The third was to increase developer control and enhance productivity for developers. And finally, to increase performance and connectivity. And I'm going to show you a feature from each of those today. The first thing that you'll see here is Access 2.0 looks a lot more like the other Office applications. The new database icon is consistent with the other products, and we've added things like cut, copy, and paste directly to the toolbar. We've gone one step further to integrate to the Office applications with integration tools right from the toolbar, like merge it with Microsoft Word and analyze it with Microsoft Excel. The other concerns that users have when they come over to an application like Access from the other Office applications is that it looks and behaves like the other tools in their suite. And Access does that. Things like being able to multi-select columns in a spreadsheet and double-click for best fit column width is carried over here in the Access datasheet view. And things like sorting was another criteria that customers had. You can do this now directly from the toolbar using the same tools you can in Microsoft Excel, sort ascending, sort descending. The next thing I want to show you is the next thing I want to show you is how we've made Access easier to use by taking the wizard capability and applying it to the tables. When I click on New Wizard, I'm able to use the Table Wizard in Microsoft Access. All of the wizards were built natively in Microsoft Access and can be extended and customized by developers. The Table Wizard gives me over 40 sample tables to choose from in both business and in the personal categories. Things like friends, guests, plants. I'm going to choose today to create a products table. I'm going to choose, I need product ID, product name, units in stock, units on order, and unit price. Click on Next. Access is going to walk me through the process of creating this table. And it's going to look at my database and suggest relationships with other tables within my database. It says it's looking at my database and saying that this table, products, is related to order details. Let's look at that relationship. Here it says one record in the products table will match many records in the orders detail table. That's exactly the correct relationship that I should have here, and I'm going to click OK. Now I'm going to modify the table design to just give you an idea of the work that the Table Wizard did for me as either a developer or as an end user. Here you can see that it's done a lot of the table definition for me that I can use directly and put in the data types for me. I can go in and customize this and add another field if I wanted to, or customize the Table Wizard from scratch. So that's a way that Access has made it easier to use for a wide range of users. The next thing I want to do is show you how we've increased developer control and enhanced their productivity using wizards. A common task is creating a form. I'm going to use the auto form capability from the toolbar to quickly create a form that shows me my salespeople without matching orders. Well, developers many times are doing things to launch another form from this form here. They want to sync these two forms together. I'm going to go in design mode and use another wizard, the command button wizard. Grab it from the toolbox. I'm going to drag it out onto my form, and Access is going to intervene and walk me through the process of creating this button. I want form operations, and I want it to open another form. I'm going to have it open in a form I have in my database, employee information, and I want it to open that form with specific data displayed on it. I'm going to link these two together, employee ID to employee ID, and I'm going to click on Finish. Access has now created that button for me. Let's look at the code behind that really quickly. You can see it's on the onClick property. It's built all that code for me, set up the link criteria, and built in some error checking. A great productivity enhancement for me as a developer. I don't have to spend my time writing that code. So let's see how it works. I have Mr. Campanoio here, and he hasn't placed any orders lately. Let's click on that button, get some more information. Now we can call him at home and find out what he's been doing when he hasn't been selling any product. The last thing I want to show you is how we've increased productivity or increased performance in Microsoft Access. I'm going to open another database. I'm going to open another database. This is a database of about 40,000 records that has all the zip codes in the U.S. The purpose of this database is to find the zip codes and then plot them in a radius area around the one I've chosen. I'm going to look for where we are right here. We are in New Orleans today. I'm going to put in a prefix and click OK. And against that record set of over 40,000 records, Access found 16 almost instantaneously. It's doing this with the Rushmore technology that you find in Microsoft FoxPro. We've incorporated that in Access 2.0. I'm going to double click on one of these. It places the zip code in the zip code field for me, and there's a radius of about 5 miles. Let's go ahead and map that in my plot area. Found 27 records in 0.21 seconds. Pretty good for a database. Now, let's make this a little bit harder for Access. I'm going to increase this to 500 miles and go ahead and map that. Access is going out against that record set, returned 7,500 records in 1.5 seconds, and now it's going to map that here on the screen. So dramatically increased performance in Access 2.0. That's what I've got for you, Roger.
It's really exciting for us to be able to show you exactly the new things of Access 2. After all, it's only a couple of days old, and there's been enormous excitement about it. But another product that you should learn to use much more effectively is the Fox product, and I'd like to introduce Kathy Bolin to show you the latest in the Fox technology. Kathy?
Thank you, Roger. I actually have two areas I want to concentrate on in this What's New section as well. Just as Access has brought some of the great features of FoxPro to it, we're bringing some of the great features of Access to FoxPro, namely wizards, some of the great wizard technology. So I'm going to show you how FoxPro interoperates much better with our other desktop applications by showing you the mail merge wizard, and then I will show you in FoxPro for DOS how as a developer you might be able to get up and running more quickly in developing an application. So as we move to FoxPro for Windows, let me run a wizard, and we have a number of new wizards. In fact, we have 10 new wizards here to help you develop database objects, so tables, forms, reports, etc. Let's go into the mail merge wizard. And the mail merge wizard allows me to select a table. In this case, I'm going to select my customer table. And I have an option of a number of different word processors that I'd like to use. I'll stick with Word for Windows 6.0. I'm going to create a brand new document, and I'll do a form letter. So let me finish this, and what FoxPro is doing is taking all of the information from the mail merge wizard, starting Microsoft Word, and then we'll get a blank document which I can then start to fill in. Okay. Now I can insert merge fields, and this, of course, is data coming directly from a FoxPro table. So I might decide that I want to put in the company name, and I want to put in the address, and you get the general idea. Put in the city, state, and zip. Very easy, taking data directly from that DBF table here. And I want to say, dear contact name, thanks very much for all of the great support. Regards, Kathy. And now let's do a merge on this and see exactly what it looks like. So I can view the merged data, and we'll see that very quickly, I've got a letter here. It's got the name and address of the company that I'm sending it to. It's got Dear Melissa Adams, thank you very much. I can move through to the next record. And again, we're looking at data directly from the table. Let's say I realize that Thomas Hardy is the incorrect name. I can very easily change that. It's really Thomas Jones, or whatever. And that's it. That's my letter. So, just to step back for a minute, mail merge with FoxPro. Very easy, the mail merge wizard, taking data directly from that FoxPro table into Word 6.0 or Word 2.0 or Word Perfect or what have you. But I don't want to give you the impression that FoxPro for DOS has been left out of the wizards either. So let's exit Microsoft Word. I don't want to save these changes. I'm going to quit out of the Windows product and move to the DOS product. And you'll see that we've got the familiar FoxPro DOS screen. I'm going to run exactly the same wizard menu over here, but let me concentrate on a table wizard. Libby showed you a table wizard in Access that we use to get developers up and running much more quickly. So you've got a number of tables that you can get started developing your application and your database. And you'll notice that I scroll down all of these tables here. We've got accounts tables and authors and books and what have you, a lot of the standard business tables, but I'm going to create a personal database for my wine collection. And so I've chosen wine list as my table, and now I can move all of the fields over. And let's say that I don't want to keep track of the alcohol percentage, for example, or serving instructions. And moving along, I'm actually creating a table here. Now, if I decide to sort with a particular record, such as the wine name, I'm actually creating that CDX file as well. So I'm creating an index on this table. And I've got a couple of options. I can just save the table or save and browse it. But far more useful is to save and create an auto screen for data entry. So what happens here is when I decide to save the table, I'm creating a wine table, a CDX, and an auto screen. So we take all of the information from the wizard and create all of this information. So we're generating the screen code, 0 errors, and now we have a nice screen. I can add in 1, 2, 3, and the wine name is Claret, and it's from wherever, and you get the general idea. But the point is, it was very quick for me to get up and running. So as a developer and as an interactive user with FoxPro, FoxPro's made it much easier to get to creation of a database and then using a database with something like creating a table and then creating a screen. And you'll see much more of this in the other modules that I'll show you. So Roger.
Thank you. What you've just seen is a new technology with Access 2.0 and an existing technology that we're constantly improving with the Fox product, and you're seeing these things work very, very well together. That's the exciting thing. Now I'd like to introduce Gary Schroeder, and he's going to show you what's new with the SQL Server product, which is our underlying server engine for these desktop databases. Gary.
Thanks, Roger. Well, as you know, Microsoft SQL Server for Windows NT can be run on a variety of different hardware platforms, not only Intel, but RISC-based architectures as well, such as Digital Alpha or MIPS-based computers. What we have an issue to consider, though, is how to transfer data across those different hardware architectures. Because the data is stored in different formats on those different architectures, we can't use the standard dump and load to move data from one server to another. So what we've done is created a transfer utility that does that automatically for us. What I have here is the SQL Transfer Manager. I'm going to go ahead and log into both my source and destination server. In this case, my source server is our Win server back here, an Intel machine, and my destination is going to be our Digital Alpha. Once I get into the Transfer Manager, I'll go ahead and select my source database and my destination database. In this case, I want to transfer just a single table. In this case, our warehouse database needs to have the same list of products that we have in our main database. So we want to move that table across those architectures. I'm going to go ahead and select the table here, products, and add that to my select list. I do want to include the data, so I'll check that box. Now you can see there's a lot of options here as far as if we want to transfer all of the objects or just some of the objects. Go ahead and press my transfer button. What that's going to do is take the table definition from our source server and create the new table on our destination server, and then use the high-speed bulk copy libraries to move the data across. We can see that the transfer was completed successfully. That products table has about 1,000 rows, so you saw there was only a couple seconds to actually transfer the data. One of the other new features of Microsoft SQL Server for Windows NT is we now have integrated MAPI support for email. What I have here is a query that we're going to run, and it'll send an email message from our source server to our accounting department with some query results. Stepping through the query then, we're using the XP SendMail system extended stored procedure that comes with SQL Server 4.21. Along with that procedure, we want to pass in some parameters. So our first one is going to be the recipient's name. In this case, it's our accounting department. The next parameter is our subject line, and that's going to be our hot selling items. The message is just our message text. Here's a list of our top selling items. The next section then is we're specifying a query. The query is going to be run locally on this server, and the results of that query then will be sent to in the email message to our recipient. The last parameter then is I'm setting attach results equal to true. What that'll do is when it runs the query, rather than putting the results of the query in the message itself, it'll put it as an attachment in the message. So let's go ahead and execute that. SQL Server, like I say, will run the query, attach the results, and send it to the recipient, and it gives us a confirmation that the mail has been sent. So we'll switch over to the mail client and see if our message came in. I'll open up mail. In this case, I sent it to accounting, so I'll log into our accounting. And I'll check for my new messages. And I see that I do have one. I'll open that up. And we see our subject, our text. Here's a list of our top selling items. And I have an attachment. I'll go ahead and double click on that notepad attachment. And we can see that that's the list of products that satisfied the query that we executed. So what we've done with SQL Server is try to integrate MAPI functionality in with the SQL Server engine, allowing developers to really create some really cool applications integrating mail with their database server. In addition, because a lot of companies have mixed hardware, especially now that the RISC-based architectures are becoming more popular, it's more likely that they'll have a mixed environment of hardware. So we've made the transition to move data between those architectures easy as well.
This is a great time to be using our tools. There's an enormous set of opportunities for you to create new kinds of applications, to build new kinds of things for your customers. You've seen what's new in 3 of our products, and throughout the day you're going to be seeing the rest of our products as we envision them, the methodology for using those products together to create new kinds of applications. Back to you, Jeff.
Thanks very much, Roger. And we'll see those products in a lot more detail applied to a business solution. So we'll drill down a lot more at the developer level, showing some more code and some of the more productivity features for developers. But before we get started with the solution, what we thought we'd do is take a look at a videotape we did based on an interview with a leading analyst on client-server development and get some perspective on things we should be thinking about in building our applications. So let's take a look at that now.
The 3 key issues that I think are critical to success in client-server primarily are tools, training, and technique. In terms of tools, what do we have? We've got Visual Basic, we've got Access, we've got SQL Server, FoxPro, but we need to leverage our client-server skill set. I find that too many developers are learning client-server skills over and over and over again with all the different components they start to combine to build client-server solutions. What I think is kind of interesting is that you can start out as an Access or a Visual Basic programmer, and you can kind of leverage that expertise up. From Access, you can leverage your skill set to Visual Basic. From Visual Basic, you can leverage your skill set to Visual C++. Client-server applications mean database applications. Behind that user interface is a database. Now, what's interesting is that users really don't care. Your users don't care. They just want a good-looking user interface that's easy to use. But developers care very much. because if you mess up the front end or you mess up the back end, you're in trouble. If you know if there's going to be a database behind your application up front, great. It helps you pick which tool to use. That's why you have to get training, because then you understand what you're trying to build and you understand what tools make most sense. For instance, if you're building an application that you know is going to have a database behind it, great, use Access. If you don't know if there's going to be a database behind it, or you don't think there will be, you can use Visual Basic. You can always plug in a database later. The way we have found that it makes most sense to build client-server systems is to have a consistent way of gathering user requirements. You can just, create a Word for Windows document, put it out in the LAN, let your developers pull it down and add a couple of application-specific questions, but leverage everybody's expertise in gathering user requirements. So you gather some requirements, then you start prototyping, and as you're prototyping to solidify those requirements, you're also doing your object model. Your object model encapsulates your data requirements and your process requirements together. Then from there, you take that object model, you evolve it into the database schema, in Access, in SQL Server, whatever. As you are prototyping and as you are evolving that object model into the database schema, we're getting closer and closer to the point where we can actually plug in live data access into our prototype. Eventually, that prototype evolves into the application. This is why we encourage people to prototype in their development tools. There's really no reason to prototype in a separate tool from the tool you'll be developing the application in. We like to split up a client-server project into different roles, and one person can play one or many roles, and each role will focus on a certain tool or a certain technique. So people start out as specialists, and then over time, after they've been through a few projects, they become generalists. They get kind of cross-training, if you will. The roles that we find occur in client-server projects are the GUI designer, which I do think should have some development expertise. Because if GUI designers don't have development expertise, they don't know what the performance implications are going to be of these designs. And then they show these designs to the end user, but then they can't implement them because it's not possible in those tools. The features programmer, the VB type programmer who's writing application-specific functions and features. The back-end program, the component builder, if you will, who's maybe using Visual C++, or potentially even a 3GL or another object-oriented language. The help writer, who's developing the online help system. The database analyst, the person who's doing those object models and then translating those into the database design and using SQL Server, whatever. The business analyst, who's kind of keeping track of what the business goals are. The user liaison, who's making sure the users are truly represented. And then the QA and the usability testers. We find that developers and managers really struggle with picking the right tools. That's why I think it's really important to educate yourself so you understand the different pros and cons of the tools and you pick the tool that's best for your application. Use as many portable components as you can. Use those OLE objects, etc., so you can leverage that common code across your applications. Make sure that you understand how to use your tools so you'll be much more efficient. I really think that you pay now or you pay later. And when you pay now, you pay for training up front. When you pay later, you pay to fix your application or to tune your application because you didn't know what you were doing when you were building it. If you aren't directly reducing end-user training, reducing end-user support, reducing coding, reducing maintenance, you're not doing it right. The way we reduce end-user support and end-user training is by getting consistent graphical user interfaces across all of our applications. Our users should really just be learning what is new in this application beyond all the common components they've already learned. Our developers should be writing what's new for this particular application and be using all these common objects. If you use Visual C++ to build all these common objects, and then you have your 4GL programmers, your higher level programmers, the programmers you're going to have a lot more of in your corporation, taking these common objects, combining them together, and delivering business solutions, you will definitely start to use those development resources much more efficiently.
Okay, now let's apply some of the concepts that Christine talked about with some of the tools that Roger and his team showed you this morning to an actual problem. This is a company in this scenario. It's going to be called Emerald Mercantile. They're an international food distributor. And like many companies in the distribution business, they find their business is getting squeezed. there's pressure between their customers and suppliers on their margins. So we're going to talk about how you can use technology to improve the profitability of this organization. On the customer side, we're going to talk about how we give them better service, how we make it easier for them to order our products. On the supplier side, we're going to talk about how we tie them into our inventory management system and how we help them integrate their system with their accounting data to help bill us more effectively. In this case, we're going to track an order as it flows from our customer through our organization to our supplier and then back to us. And then we're going to talk about some real-time decision support, how you can build an application, an EIS-type application that lets users navigate through data easily, yet still supports some customized analysis they do need to do from time to time. So if we want to take a look at the process flow of the transaction, we see we've laid out our flow chart starting in the upper left-hand corner with customer input. And we'll show how we make it easier for customers to input data online into our system. Then you'll see that sort of flowing through the center of the diagram as we find out, do we have enough products on order? If we do, we need to we'll go ahead and fill that order. If we don't, we'll make sure we reorder some inventory from our supplier. And we'll follow that transaction today into our suppliers organization and watch how they process orders, how they send them orders into our organization, how they bill us with their invoicing system, and then how we reconcile that back to our original database in Emerald Mercantile. And then sort of surrounding this whole process, again, is decision support. So in terms of a high-level sort of physical architecture of the pieces in this system, Emerald Mercantile has the core of their business running on SQL Server for Windows NT. But they also have accounting data that they're running on the digital RDB database on a digital VAX system we'll show you. We're letting our suppliers get access online to our system via Microsoft's remote access services, and we'll explain how that works and how we manage things like security and network performance. And we're tied to our suppliers via electronic mail to exchange orders and confirmations with them to their mixed Windows and Macintosh environment. So what I thought I'd do now is to actually take you through a very quick whirlwind tour of the solution. And let's go over to one of Emerald Mercantile's customers. This is a company called Big City Cafe. Now, Emerald Mercantile, to improve customer service and reduce the cost of doing business, has given Big City Cafe an application to put orders in online into their system. We take a look at this application here that was, in this case, written in Access 2.0. And we store a lot of data for our customer online. So we can go ahead and take a look at, they can go ahead and scroll through various products that we can sell to them. We also help them out by letting them do some analysis. We store all the orders they've placed locally on the system for them, and we can give them some nice graphs that show them what their orders have been by product category, what their top orders have been, which products have they used more of. And then we can go ahead and switch to actually taking a look at the details on those orders. We do store all these orders locally for them so they don't have to go back to our database to get some history on them. And let's go ahead and take a look at one of the specific orders. And we can drill down and get more information, including what products were ordered and what the price was. So let's go ahead and place a new order and see how this actually works. And we'll go ahead and actually let's make sure we know what store we're going to send it to, and Big City Cafe is going to send it to their store in the north of London. And make sure we ship that overseas. And since we're in New Orleans today, let's get some Chef Anton's Cajun seasonings at $22 a pop for those. And I think we're ready to place the order. Now's the time where we let them get online access to their system. And what they're doing when they click this button here is using Microsoft's remote access services. This is something that comes with Windows for Workgroups 3.11 and Windows NT. What this does is let them get full network access to our system for file sharing and client-server applications, just as if they had a physical connection to the net. The only difference is some performance that's obviously slower over a phone line than over a direct network connection. But they can get full access to the system. We'll talk about the security implications in the section on SQL Server, how we make sure they can only insert orders. Let's go ahead and enter the order now that we're online. And we see that we've got the security into SQL Server, so we'll just go ahead and log onto that database. In the real world, we wouldn't give them system administrator privileges. And we're up, and we've gotten our confirmation back from the SQL Server for 10 units of Chef Anton's Cajun seasonings. So you can see that we've minimized the amount of time that the customer has to be on the system, yet automated this process. Now let's follow this order from Big City Cafe into Emerald Mercantile's data center. And as we go back to their data center, we're going to take a look at the various systems they have. There's 3 systems we're going to be using today, one of which is this digital VAX system running the RDB database that's storing all their accounting data. Then we've got 2 SQL Server for Windows NT systems. This one here is running actually a pre-release version of Digital's Alpha multiprocessing system. It's got 2 190 megahertz RISC chips, and we'll show you a videotape later on how the work we're doing with Digital to scale this up to 4 processors and several hundred megahertz, making this a very high performance system. The other system we have here is a Sequent Win server. It's a 6 processor system based on Intel, the Intel Pentium chip with over 256 megabytes of RAM and 10 gigabytes of disk space. Now what's actually happened in terms of this transaction is we've let them post an order to our system, so it's been inserted into our order database. Then a trigger was automatically fired at the server to update our products database, reducing the inventory there. And then the products database, it has a trigger on it as well that checks when inventory is below a certain threshold. And we can see on the graph here we've sent an email message from the server that goes out when the inventory is below that threshold. So the server's unattended is notifying our suppliers when we need to order more products to replenish our inventory. So let's follow this from Emerald Mercantile's data center out to one of their suppliers. Their supplier here is a company called New Orleans Cajun Delight. They're the company that provides us Chef Anton's Cajun seasonings. And what we're going to do here is come up into their order processing department, and we're taking a look at their email inbox, and we can view new messages. And we can see we've just gotten this email message. Now we could take a look at that manually and see what's in that, but probably it's more effective if we built a system around that read these things out of our email inbox, parsed the messages, updated our systems, and really automated the inventory flow process between the companies. Let me show you a quick look at what's going to happen here. Kathy will be back to show you what the detail behind this is. And when I click this button, check orders and mail, it's going to read our inbox and parse the message in there. And we see this customer ID EMCM. Now I'm going to click this button here, and that's tied to some code that takes that ID and looks it up into New Orleans Cajun Delight SQL Server customer database. So we'll click on that, where they retrieve the detailed customer information. And sure enough, we can see on the screen, their customer is us, Emerald Mercantile, and the contact information is provided there. So now that the order looks legit to us, let's go ahead and confirm it, and we can send an email message back to them, notifying them the product's on the way. And the last thing they're going to do here is update our accounting database by hitting this button. And we can see up on the screen, order successfully posted. So they have a mixed Windows and Macintosh environment. That's why they've chosen this FoxPro system. And let's go over to the Macintosh, where we can see I've already fired up their invoicing system in the accounting department. So we'll go ahead and take a look at the paper invoice that we're going to produce for Emerald Mercantile. And let's go ahead and zoom in on that. And we can see New Orleans Cajun Delight is invoicing Emerald Mercantile. Now when we show this in detail, we'll show how this gets printed out and how it gets scanned in. But let's take the paper copy with us back to Emerald Mercantile. So remember what's going on here. An email message confirming the order is coming back to Emerald Mercantile, and their accounting department has billed them as well. And when we go over to their system, we can take a look in their order management department. And just like New Orleans Cajun Delight, they're receiving these confirmations in their email system. In this case, we're taking a look at their inbox. We have a new unread message there, status confirmed. But they've built an application in Access 2.0 that automates the process as well. So we can click on this button to process the order status. And in this case, we also have to log on to SQL Server. And we'll click on this mail icon to read from our inbox and parse the email message to see the confirmation. We can see, sure enough, Chef Anton's Cajun seasonings has made its way around the stage, if you will. And now let's go ahead and make sure that confirmation washes with the paper invoice we were sent. Now we'd scan this in later on and show how you use an OLE object to automate scanning with Access. In this case, we've already got some orders in the system with an image that we've used hopefully its recognition works better than mine. Optical character recognition to take the text out of the invoice and compare it to the parsed email message. And we can see on the screen a bitmap of that, and at the bottom you'll see a little X for rejected. If we scroll through, the handshake means that the two match, the email message match the paper invoice, and we can see the order being processed there. So our transaction's complete. Let's do some analysis on it and make some effective decisions. And we'll go over another system. This is our decision support system that lets us look at a variety of data over a variety of time periods. In this case, we're looking at products over various time periods that we can scroll back and forth through, and our graph's updated. We can change the source of this, say to salespeople, and change the time frame to quarterly. So we could see in the fourth quarter of 1993, Leverling was our top salesperson. If we want to move forward to 1994, we can see some of the other salespeople have caught up with Leverling, a more balanced team, if you will. Kathy showed you how you can tie databases to mail merge and so forth. I'm not going to show you that here, though that's part of the system. What I'm going to show you here is how we support more custom analysis for information. Let's click on this products on order table and click on the Excel icon. What this is doing behind the code behind the button is running Access Basic to use OLE automation to drive Microsoft Excel's objects. The object that Excel exposes here is something called a pivot table. And Access is going to populate that pivot table with data and format the spreadsheet so it's ready for some analysis for us. We can see on the screen that's happened. Excel's come up, and it's sliced the data in the default way, which is the category name by count on units in stock and sum on units on order. Now let's say we wanted more detailed information. Say we wanted to see how these products were doing in different countries. We could just drag and drop and see the slice of data that way. Or say, for example, we wanted to see our friends at New Orleans Cajun Delights and how they're doing in the condiments business. We can scroll down and find they're right down there. And we can fine-tune the source of the data of this pivot table. Say we wanted to go just to the United States, and we can see in condiments, New Orleans Cajun Delights is one of our key suppliers. So it just gives you a sense of how executives can use a system to do decision support type functions. What I'd now like to do in talking about building the system is emphasize the importance of a solid database design behind this application. Rapid applications development is great, and we'll show you that. But for a system as complex as this, we need solid database definitions. And for that, we used a tool called InfoModeler from a company called Asymmetrics Corporation. And InfoModelers are an exciting new tool for two reasons for developers. One, it lets them work very naturally with end users, expressing database design concepts in English. And two, is it's very integrated with Access and FoxPro and SQL Server, generating tables and rules and data structures automatically, taking a very time-consuming process of tying the database definition to the actual physical implementation and essentially eliminating it, making it very automatic. And to show us how we used InfoModeler, we're very pleased to have Jim O'Farrell from Asymmetrics Corporation, who's going to give you a quick tour of how we used InfoModeler to design Emerald Mercantile's database. Jim, thanks for joining us today.
Jeff, thank you very much, and it's indeed a pleasure to be here at DevCast in New Orleans. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Asymmetrics recently shipped InfoModeler last month, and it is an exciting new database design tool. We're excited about it because it does three things very well. Number one, it communicates a database design in natural English language. Number two, it automates the process of creating a correctly normalized relational structure. And then the bottom line, number three, it creates Access 2.0 SQL Server 4.2, FoxPro 2.6 code automatically. What I'd like to show you here are some of the tools that we use to do the Emerald Mercantile System. I have InfoModeler up on my screen. I would like to start off with this natural language component. What we did is we went through and we looked at the Emerald Mercantile System and we designed a series of English statements about Emerald Mercantile. We talked about customers, orders, purchase orders, suppliers, so on and so forth to design the system. And notice it's in natural language. Anyone can read this design, these business rules. What we did then is we take those rules and we can actually diagram them using the fact diagrammer in InfoModeler. These are the two tools that we use to actually do conceptual modeling with Asymmetrics InfoModeler. Now here's the really exciting part. Once you've completed your conceptual model, then you press 3 buttons and InfoModeler will automatically generate a correctly normalized relational database structure, complete with primary keys, foreign keys, cardinality, fields, tables, and attributes. And then the bottom line is what we do is we'll go out and actually generate the SQL Server code. In this case is what I'm showing you. The create tables, we support stored procedures and triggers. These are automatically generated from this high-level English conceptual model. Again, we do support the other databases as I've mentioned. Now what I'd like to do is take you through a real quick tour of InfoModeler, and we'll start off by creating a new data design called DevCast 4. Let's bring that up on the screen. I'll clear off my fact compiler, and what we do as analysts, we'll go ahead and type in information. For instance, a person that's known by a name lives in a city, which is also known by a name. And what I can do with my drag and drop facility is grab that fact, take it up to my diagramming tool, and actually have that now visually displayed. What we do at this point is we actually assign sample information. And this is a very powerful feature of Asymmetrics InfoModeler, because what you have here is a way of not only reading the English version of this information, but actually being able to verify the sample information associated with that fact. And here we have some information about people and cities. We actually have Jim, who lives in Seattle. We have Beth in Seattle and Kathy in New Orleans. And notice the repeating values on one side and non-repeating values on the other. What that's represented by is this arrow above our predicate here, lives in. That says there's no repeating values on that side of the equation. I'm going to quickly now do another fact. Let's say a person works in a city. And at this particular point, what I can do is, again, just drag and drop this fact onto my diagramming tool. And notice how we start reusing the objects. This is really a nice way of expressing a database design. As you can see, we don't have to repeat ourselves. We don't have to do redundant sorts of things. We're just building a nice conceptual model at this approach. Okay, and what I'll do is, again, assign some quick examples here. We'll say that Jim is working in Seattle, and Jim works in New Orleans, because we're down here at DevCast. And then we could say that Beth is also working in New Orleans. Okay? Just put it here. Okay. Now, what we'll do is go ahead and assign those sample data to that particular rule, and we're basically done with our conceptual model. Now the easy part comes for the relational designer. We press our validation button. It validates our design to ensure that we follow the rules of object role modeling, which has been a technique that's been around, and now we have this great Windows tool that actually uses that. And then we actually then generate the database of choice here. And in this case, you can see the various different database generators. In this case, we have Access 2.0, and what I'll do is just quickly show you the DDL that's created for Access 2.0. Again, you could run this, and now you have your database up and ready to run. Jeff, that's about it. I'd just like to say InfoWorld has recently done a review on the product. They said that every database professional should buy a copy of InfoModeler. I think I'll turn it back over to Jeff and let him expound upon that.
Thanks, Jim. What happens if people want more information on how we use this tool to design the database?
Great. Jeff, what they do is, as you mentioned earlier in the broadcast, there is a help file that's provided to all the people who have attended DevCast. Also, there's information available in your packet that relates to the roadmap, that relates to a self-running demo disk. And we are also here at TechEd. You could stop by our booth and get more information about object role modeling and InfoModeler.
Great, Jim. Thanks very much for helping us out today.
All right, Jeff. Thank you.
Well, now let's actually build the solution. Let's go through the 6 key modules. What you see on the slide is the first part of the system, which is how customers get orders into our main database. And for that, what we've done is bring back Libby Johnson-McKee, and Libby's welcome back to take us through this.
Thanks, Jeff.
Great. Why don't you start by showing us what are sort of the key requirements you're going to address for the order entry module?
Well, the customer had a few key requirements. They wanted to automate the process of entering orders at the Emerald City Mercantile for the most part. For the application, the requirements were to have a robust security model, to have efficient and remote data access, referential integrity, ad hoc query capability, and most of all, the developer was looking to be able to create this application very, very quickly. They were looking for the tools in Microsoft Access that would help them create this application without a whole lot of work.
Okay, that sounds good. What are the key pieces in the system, and how do you see them fitting together?
Well, the architecture of what you've talked about, this application, for the front-end system that we were building here, we used Access as the user interface and the Jet engine in Microsoft Access to store the data. Then we were using the ODBC and the remote services from Windows for Workgroups 3.11 to get to Emerald Mercantile SQL Server on the back end.
Okay, sounds good. Well, I give people a quick tour of it, but why don't you show people what's really behind it?
I'd love to. Since we're creating this order entry system for the customer, we had a number of requirements. The customer's requirements is they wanted to be able to view the product information. They wanted to be able to enter orders directly into the system at Emerald Mercantile. They wanted to be able to, and they also wanted to be able to archive data directly. As a developer, I was looking for some tools to make this happen quickly. I didn't want to spend a lot of time doing the basic rote tasks that are involved, so I was looking to Access to help me do that. In addition, I wanted to be able to prototype in the tool that I was going to deliver to the customer. And finally, I needed a tool that it didn't matter whether I was going to use local data or SQL Server data. I needed to have the tools built right into the application. So let's take a look at what we built for Big City Diner, the subsidiary or the customer for Emerald City Mercantile. Here's the welcome screen that the customer sees that Jeff showed you earlier. It has a few buttons here for viewing products and some other information down here at the bottom. When I click on the View Products button, that brings up the categories form that Jeff showed you. This is a form that is almost in every database around the world. There's a category name up here and some product subform down here in the bottom. When I scroll through each of these categories, the information is changing and it's linked together in a one-to-many form. Every database developer has created this at one time or another. In Microsoft Access, we've done the work of creating that for you. Let me turn back my toolbars back on. Let's see here. Show tooltips. There's the toolbars. Okay. I'm going to bring back the database container. Let's go ahead and create that. Hold on a second. Move this down. I want to create that form from scratch. And I'm going to use some of the tools in Microsoft Access wizards to do that. I have the categories table highlighted here. I'm going to go up and use the form wizard. Click on the button on the toolbar, choose form wizard. I'm given a list of wizards that I can choose from. I'm going to choose the main and subform wizard and click OK. Access is going to walk me through the process of creating this form using a few steps. It's asking me where the information is on my subform. It's my product information. Now it's asking me for the information I want on my main form. I want category name, description, and picture. I'm going to click on next. What information do you want on your subform? Look for product ID, product name, English name, and quantity per unit. And finally, I'm given a list of styles I can choose from to give my application that professional look. I'm going to choose the standard style. It's named for me very intelligently, and I'm going to open it up to modify the form design. So in just a few steps, Access has done the work for me to create this main and subform. Oops. Click OK. So it's basically designed for me. I just need to go in now and do some of the customization work to make this look like I want it to. going to grab the corner of the description, drag it down, grab the picture, slide it up a little bit and over, make it a little bit smaller, get the subform and drag it up. Okay, let's look at that in browse mode. See, I have the product information down here below. It looks like a little bigger from the table standard. I have category name here. When I scroll through, the product information down below changes. So in a few clicks of the mouse, I was able to create a pretty complicated one-to-many form very easily. This is some of the things we've done in Microsoft Access to make it easier for developers to create applications. The next thing that the customer wanted to do was to be able to they had contact with Emerald City Mercantile almost every day. As a developer, I wanted to provide them with some of the tools that they needed to be in contact with them in an easy way. And basically that means auto dial. When I click on this globe down here at the bottom, it brings up my contacts form. When I click on sales and marketing as the phone number that we call every day, and I click on the auto dial button, it invokes the auto dial dialog box, and I click OK, it will go out and ask me to pick up the phone, and I could talk to the customers or the people in the sales and marketing division there and try and negotiate the prices down on my product information. This is a nice thing to deliver to my customers, and almost everyone has a need for their most frequently dialed numbers to be connected to their computer. So let's go in and see how this form would be created. I'm going to look at that form. It's the contact form, and open it in design mode. I have a list box here, and I have that auto dial button. I'm going to grab both of those and delete them, and then create them from scratch for you. I have my wizards invoked here on the toolbox. The control wizard button is down, and I'm going to use this list box tool and a wizard to create that. I'm going to drag it out. Again, Access is going to walk me through the process of doing that, so I don't have to spend my time coding. I can just answer a few questions. I'm going to look up the values in a table called my Emerald Contacts table. I'm going to put department name and work phone on that. Click on Next. And this is a nice feature. I like this a lot. It helps me make sure that everything's going to fit in the boxes that I'm creating. I just double click for best fit column width. Click on Next. I'm going to store work phone in my database. And I'm going to name the field telephone. And I'm done. So now my list box has been created. The default here is to have a white background. I'm going to go in and customize that with some of the new formatting tools in Access. I can highlight telephone, double click, have a nice best fit around that, and I can select both of them, both of these, and change the background color with the palette tool. Okay, so I've done the first part of my task. The second was to create that auto dial box. Now, I'm going to use the button wizard in Microsoft Access again. I think some of you saw this in my What's New section, but I'm going to use some other capabilities for the button wizard. You could create an auto dial button in Microsoft Access 1.1, but you needed to call the Windows API. You needed to do 3 declarations there. But developers do this over and over and over again, so we wanted to make it as easy as possible for them to invoke this kind of capability for their customers. Let's look at the code behind this button. It's actually some very nice code here. It's on the on-click event. It has dimmed the previous control as the control, and now I could use a text box or a list box or a combo box to have the auto dialer call that, as well as I have some error checking down here on the bottom. So it's a great example of reusable code, and now I can create a library of forms to use over and over again with my customers with tools like this. So let's see if it works. I created it before your eyes, and you probably don't believe me that it's going to work. So I'm going to click on Sales and Marketing here, invoke the auto dial capability. It brings up that dialog box, click OK, and the same process is invoked. So I did that very easily. Okay. The third thing that the customer wanted to be able to do was to view their orders directly from the system here and to be able to place orders electronically to Emerald City Mercantile. Let's look at what the order entry screen looks like. Jeff showed you this earlier, but we're going to look at some of the things behind this form. You can see here I have the order's detail information, and as Jeff showed you, there's nothing else filled in here right now. This is what I call intelligent data access. When the user clicks on the order they want to see, That's when the information is filled in, not before and not after. This is a great example of a form that you might want to use when you are creating a client-server system, so that you only establish the net connections when you need them to get that data down for the user. You don't spend a lot of time holding network connections that you don't need. There's some other things I want you to notice here. There's a subform here, there's an option group, there's some information on top to give the users the ability to browse the orders that they've already placed. If I click on New Order, the form has changed here. There's a lot of things going on. Notice that Orders box has now disappeared. The Orders detail has changed to an Order Entry screen, and I have a nice drop-down list box for my subsidiary information. I still have the option group here. That's an example of runtime settable properties. Each of these things that you see, when I click on the New Order button, you'll see that each of those things has changed and has been bound at runtime, so I can give my users the information they need, again, when they need it, not before and not after. They can invoke it with these buttons. Let's look at these buttons and how they work. I'm going to go into design mode and scroll down to have a look at these buttons. I'm going to right-click on that Browse button and look at the build event. You can see all of these properties here were set at runtime. I actually set the source object for that subform order details when that button is clicked. When we look at the other button, the New Order button, right-click, click on the build event, again, properties that were set at runtime, and the source object was changed to subform order entry. So a great example of how to use runtime settable properties to give your users the information they need when they need it. Okay, the other thing I want to do for you here is to create an option group. Now you could create option groups in Access 1.1, but you had to set about 10 properties. Again, this is something that you do all the time. Your customers expect it. They're looking for it in your applications, and we want to make that very easy. I'm going to go over here and grab the option group wizard. Grab the option group wizard, and I'm going to just drag and drop it again on the screen. You've seen this I've done this a couple times for you. You should start getting the idea that it's going to be very easy to create your applications and give them the look that you want with Microsoft Access. So these are the labels I'm putting in for the shipper, Speedy. Yesterday I spelled it as untied. And overseas. Click on next. It's asking me if I want a different default than Speedy. I'm going to choose overseas. Click on next. It's asking me if I want to store a different value, if I had a different values that I wanted to store for sorting, etc. I'm going to choose the default. And again, I'm given some style options, raised, sunken, or normal. I'm going to choose sunken. It gives my option group that nice professional look. And I'm going to click on next and finally finish. So in just a few clicks of the mouse, I was able to do the rote work of creating an option group, and it was very easy for me to do that, saving me some time as a developer. And now I can go in and attach it to the other pieces of the other objects on my form. I'm going to delete that text label. Get that out of the way. It's a little ugly. Click on that, and I'm going to right-click and go into the properties so I can name that field, or name the option group so I can find it. _ID. Okay. That's all I need to do to create that option group. Okay, well the last thing I want to show you is this subform. I'm going to double click on it, bring up the subform. There's a couple things in here that are kind of interesting. One is this product ID is populated by a query. When I right click here and look at the properties, I can see that the row source here is a SQL statement. Let's look at that in a little bit more detail. When I click on the builder just on the outside of the properties window, it brings up a query builder for that SQL statement. Now I could do this, I can click on the SQL and I could type that in if I was a SQL developer, or I can have Access do the work for me to build those different types of queries. I'm going to close that down and close this down. Okay, so let's go in and place an order. Jeff started placing an order earlier, but I want to show you some other things about this form. I'm going to click on the New Order button, fill in my company, Big City Cafe North. I'm going to choose, instead of the default, I'm going to choose United. And I have a number of different, I'm going to place my order. This is a common theme here that we want 10. We're very into Cajun seasoning now that we're down in New Orleans. When I start typing, I can use the drop-down list box that I've built here to choose the orders that I want. Or I can just start typing or have my data entry person just start typing. When they hit C, it looks for the next product in the list that has the beginning letter C. As they continue typing, it fills that in to be Chef Anton's Cajun Seasoning. This is a nice feature I like to give to my customers because they don't have to continue typing, and this is where they can save a lot of time with their data entry personnel. Tab off of that, it's filled in with the unit price, etc. Okay, now you notice that the enter order button is not enabled. To enable that, I'm going to call on the remote services of Windows for Workgroups 3.11, invoke those and close that down. Now that button is enabled. I'm going to click on enter order, sending that order now from this entry system out to Emerald City Mercantile, the SQL Server box that's back there, and it's going to send me a confirmation that this order has been placed. And there it is. So a great way to enter orders efficiently, give the user what they want when they need it, and give them the intelligent data access so they can make decisions on what they want to order. You can ooh and ah anytime you want to. Thank you very much. Okay, one of the things as developers that we know that we have to take care of that users rarely think about is archiving data. Another rote task that we have to do over and over again, but that our customers rarely appreciate. But in Access, we wanted to make that easier to do. When I click on the Archive Data button, that brings up this Archive Data form. The user then can enter the date here before which they want to archive those records. And I can archive data either locally or to the SQL Server machine over at Emerald City Mercantile. So we want to make this easy. I'm going to show you how to create both of those queries, the append query and the delete query, and tie them to this form, both in the date field and on the on-click property of this Archive Data button. I'm going to minimize both of these forms and use a query wizard to do this. Click on Query Wizard, use the Archive query, click OK. It's asking me where do I want to archive information. I want to archive my orders information. I'm going to choose to archive all the records here. I don't want to hard-code it in the wizard. I'm going to use an expression later to tell the dates after which I want to archive data. Click on Next. I get a picture of the information. Is this the data that you want to archive? Click on Next. And I want to delete the original records from the table. It names this intelligent for me, and I'm going to modify the query design. Click on Finish. Access is going to go out. It's going to create both of those queries for me, the append query and the delete query. Of course, I could do that manually, but that takes a lot of time for me. I'd rather answer just 4 questions and have it done. Okay. Now I have order date here, and I want to tie that to that form. I want to tie that to the date field on that form. I click in the criteria screen and then right-click here and bring up and choose to build, and that brings up an expression builder, which is basically a wizard to create expressions. Of course, we could always just go down and type in the expression if we want to, but then you have to remember all the objects on your form. I'm going to go in and create this less than or equals to, and I'm going to point at the forms I have open. I'm looking at forms, loaded forms, form order archive, and now I'm given a list of the objects on that form. I didn't have to remember the name, where it was, what form it was on. I could do it using English here. I'm going to click on text order archive, click on paste, and the syntax is built for me. Let's paste that into the criteria. You can see that down here under order date. Great. Now I know I also need that in the delete query. I'm going to go over here and say edit, copy, close that down, and edit, paste. And I need this on the order date. Okay. So that was pretty easy to create those archive queries in order to maintain my data and make sure that my data is up to date. You can see they were named very intelligently here in the database container, append to orders archive and delete from orders. Now I need to create a program to tie them to that order archive form. Let's bring back the welcome screen. Oops. Actually, I want to use a macro here. I could write a program, but I'm going to use a macro. I've started one. I'm going to open it in design mode that is appending my orders detail to the archive table. I'm going to size these so that you can see both the database container and that macro archive data. Let me slide that over a little bit. Back to my queries. Now to create this program, as you would expect in a Windows application, I should be able to just take it, drag it, and drop. Take that other query, drag, and drop. and my program's complete. This is another place to ooh and ah. Do you want to? I'm going to say yes. So let's bring back that order archive data and let's see how it works. I'm going to enter in a date here, 3/30/93, and we'll choose to archive data. I've left the prompts in here so you can see what's happening. First, it's going to do the order details table. Click OK. It's going to append 44 records. And now it's looking at appending the order information. 16 rows will be appended. Now deleting. So you get an idea of how easy that was to create the archive system. Now archiving is a little tricky because you don't want to have anybody have access to this, just anyone. You want to be able to set up security on this form so that only a few people can get to this information. I'm going to close this down, bring back the database container, and set security on that form. I can do that now directly from the menu bar. We had a very robust security model on Access 1.0 and 1.1, but it was a little difficult to get at from the user interface. We've improved the interface a lot more. So I have admins and guests here. I want to look at forms. I want to look at that order archive form, and I want to make sure that they have no permissions here. I want to assign permissions to Robert. I want to give him administration privileges on this form, and I'm going to assign those. That's how easy it is to assign security to any object in the database. I can assign them to multiple objects at the same time by holding down the control key and choosing multiple objects, or just one at a time, or to groups of users. Very easy interface to get to security. I can see some of you tried to set security before in Access. Okay, the last thing I want to do here, security is important, and so is referential integrity. So I want to show you some things that we've done at the engine level to ensure that you have referential integrity without having to write hundreds of lines of code. Some of you saw this yesterday or in the last DevCast, but we think it's so great I want to show it to you again. Relationships, right-click to get relationships. I have 3 tables here. I have my subsidiaries table, my orders table, and the orders detail table. I'm going to take the ship2ID, drag, and drop to create the relationship. That invokes the relationship dialog. To enforce referential integrity, I just need to click here, enforce referential integrity, click update, cascading updates, and cascading deletes, and click on create. You can see I get some visual feedback here of this one-to-many relationship. I have a macro set up to give you a visual picture of how this works. I'm going to click on that. It's going to set up each of those tables. I have the shipper ID here, that orders information with the orders for that first record and some of the orders detail information. Well, updating is important. You know that for some reason, sometimes the primary key needs to change or the ID needs to change on this customer. So if I change that to 555 and move off the record, that's cascaded update through my database automatically. Of course, the next thing is deleting. So you don't want to orphan records that are out in your database. You want to make sure that you don't leave a customer out there that has orders available. So when I highlight my customer here and delete him, Access is prompting me that I've deleted that one record. Click OK, and it's cascade delete throughout my database. So referential integrity, security, and Microsoft Access. So I think I've shown you a number of things that will enable you to get your work done a lot faster and give you time as a developer to spend it hooking the program together, giving your users what they want, and providing your customers the application that will help them get their jobs done.
Thanks very much, Libby. That was pretty powerful. That was a very, very powerful application you built for our customer, and you deserve to go off stage and have a couple of drinks of water, if you will.
Yes.
Libby had the marathon session today. And why don't we wrap up by talking about some of the key things you showed us. You showed us quite a lot of technologies. What are really the key things for developers to focus on?
The key things to focus on are really the wizards and builders that enable you to create tools and objects in your database very quickly and easily, so you can spend your time doing other things in your application, setting it up, doing your design, connecting it to other data sources. We've also tried to help you with other things that take a lot of your time, like referential integrity, security, and those types of things.
Terrific. Well,
Okay.
thanks, Libby.
You're welcome.
Well, for more information on improving developer productivity with wizards, let's take a look at this developer tip video.
Hi, my name is Brett O'Rourke. I'm a technical manager here at Microsoft. Today I'll be bringing you the Microsoft Developer Network and TechNet developer tips. The first tip today focuses on application developers have the need of tracking time with every project. We'd like to, when we work with an Access database, for instance, we'd like to be able to add a table to every database that allows us to track this time, and we'd like to do that automatically. Let's go ahead and take a look at our screens. I'm going to show you how we can do that using the table wizard, customizing table wizards within Microsoft Access 2.0. If you take a look at the screen here, what we'll do first is go to the Add-in Manager. From there, we're going to choose we want to customize Table Wizard, the Table Wizard, and then choose we want to customize tables. What we're going to do is add, in essence, a new table here, such that every time I bring up the Table Wizard, I'll be able to choose a time tracking table. Let's go ahead and make a new entry in this customizing Table Wizard. We'll go to the end of our stack here for records. We'll add a new record. This table name will be called Hours Build. We'll give this a description of time tracking. The sort order will be 1. This basically means we'll be able, inside of our business category, place it at the top of the list, so it's right at the top so we can select it. Let's go ahead and add some fields to this table. Account ID. Let's also go ahead and add a time taken field. And lastly, let's add a comments field. And now we're done. Let's go ahead and back out of this. We'll go into our table wizard now. We now have a new database. So let's go ahead with this database. We want to add this time tracking table to this database. If I click on New, we're presented with the table wizard for Access 2.0, which gives us a list of tables we can use as templates for this database. And now this new template that we've just added, Hours Build, allows me to very easily add this table without having to recreate the table from scratch. I go ahead and hit Finish here. This new table will be added to the database, and it presents me with my first entry that I can make for this particular database. So hopefully with this first tip, we've shown you how you can automate a very common task with database development. You can also get more information on this on the Microsoft Developer Network CD. Thanks for watching.
Well, Libby showed you what's going on at the customer site, the front end of the application. Now let's talk about what's happening at the back end. You can see on the slide that we're going to put up that we're in the middle of our flow chart. As the orders come into our system, we have to determine if there's sufficient products on hand to fulfill that order, or whether we're going to place an order ourselves to contact one of our suppliers. So to talk about the back end of this system, we brought back Gary Schroeder from the SQL Server Group. Gary, welcome back.
Thanks.
Why don't you start by taking us through some of the key requirements for a robust back end of a database system?
Okay. One of the key issues that we had to deal with for Emerald Mercantile in their back-end database was to, first of all, manage multiple servers. They have the data spread across several servers, as well as do all of our logic and integrity checking at the back end. We also wanted to support just-in-time delivery of our inventory, so we integrated our mail messaging with that so that we wouldn't overorder or underorder any inventory, since keeping it on hand is expensive if we have it overstocked. Also, we wanted to make sure that we had the capacity to grow. We expect, just like any business, that over time our business will grow, and we wanted to have the capability of a back-end database server that could scale with our business.
Great. What about some of the key pieces that you're using at the server and how those fit together in terms of an application architecture?
Okay. Some of the key pieces are triggers that we use not only to enforce our referential integrity, but also our business rules. In this case, the one that we're using is sending the mail message when our inventory falls below the reorder level. We're also using stored procedures not only to centralize logic, but also using remote stored procedures to manage data between our separate servers.
Terrific. Well, can we take a look at how this actually works and how
Sure.
you'd administer it?
Sure. As we talked about, we have some two uses for triggers. The first being for enforcing referential integrity within the database, and the second for enforcing business rules. What I want to do is take you through one of the triggers that we're going to use. In this case, it's on our products table, which is our inventory table. We want to show, first of all, how we use that trigger to enforce referential integrity, and then also how we use it to enforce our business rule of sending an email message. What I'm going to do, I already have the trigger on that products table that we used in our earlier demonstration. I'm going to go ahead and delete that trigger to start with, and then we'll rebuild that from scratch. So I'm going to use Microsoft SQL Object Manager to do all of my administration. Now my server is actually back here, but since we're running on Windows NT and SQL Server runs as an integrated service of Windows NT, I can do all my administration remotely from any NT client on my network. So I'm going to select my current trigger. I'll right mouse click, choose Object, and Drop to get rid of that trigger. Ask me to confirm, and I do want to actually delete that. So we see that we just have one trigger left. Now I want to go back and recreate that trigger from scratch. So I'll choose my products table, right mouse click, and choose Triggers. Then it asks me to choose the type of trigger. In this case, I want to choose an update trigger because I want the trigger to fire when our units in stock gets updated. Now what Object Manager is going to do is look at, we've already set up our referential integrity within our database. Object Manager is going to build this trigger for us to enforce the referential integrity. First I need to give it a trigger name. In this case I'll give it products update. Stock. It already has it checked for update, and we're going to cascade the changes. Next, I need to select the column name that I want to act on when it gets updated. In this case, since our customers are going to be updating the units in stock column, I need to put that as one of our columns in the trigger. So I'll select units in stock, add that to my update clause list, choose OR, and select OK. Now Object Managers are going to go out and look at all the dependencies on our other tables that have to do with any of the primary and foreign key relationships. It'll then automatically generate all the SQL code necessary within that trigger to enforce the referential integrity. We'll go ahead and maximize this, and we can see that it has generated the code for us. Our first couple lines here are the actual create trigger statements. Then in keeping with good programming practice, it's fully commented all of that for us. So it keeps track of the target table that the trigger is on, as well as the primary key columns, foreign key tables and foreign key columns, and any other tables that participate in that relationship. We have two sections in the trigger here. The first one here is the clause that we've added to the event when we update the units in stock column. It's just put a placeholder here of a print statement. That's where we'll put our actual business rule in there to send the email message. I'll come back to that in a minute, but first I want to take a look at the referential integrity code that it's generated. All this code down here has been generated by Object Manager. This first section is checking if we update the product ID field. In that case, since that's our primary key on the products table, we want to make sure that we cascade that update to any dependent tables that depend on that product ID column. The next section then is checking our referential integrity in the products table on the category ID table or category ID column. In this case, that's not a primary key in this table, it's a foreign key. So if we want to restrict anyone that tries to update the category ID column. In this case, if the category ID doesn't exist in our categories table, we'll want to disallow that update. Similarly, in the last section, we're restricting any updates to the supplier ID. If a supplier ID is changed, it needs to be changed in the suppliers table, and then that will get cascaded to the products table, not vice versa. So let's go back up here and go ahead and put in our logic for enforcing our business rule and sending our email message. I'm going to go ahead and take out the placeholder there. I already have the majority of the trigger code in a notepad. I'm going to go ahead and select that and just cut and paste. It's a lot of code and I can't type that fast. So I'll insert it here. And let's try that again. I'll log into my server and choose my database and my objects. In this case, it's a products table. Choose my triggers. And that's an update trigger. Select units in stock as the column. Add that. And choose OK. So at least it's fast to rebuild the trigger. Again, we'll get rid of our print statement. And OK, that worked. So let's step through the code here that we're using to do the actual update. The first section that we want to check is if our units in stock has fallen below our reorder value. In this case, we're checking the units in stock from the table being updated, which is products, against the reorder level. If that's true, then we want to go ahead and execute the rest of the trigger. So the first thing, in the first section here, we set up some variables that we'll be using throughout the rest of the trigger. I then populate those variables with various data from our inserted table as well as our products table. The inserted table is a logical table that exists during the execution of the trigger. One of those variables that I'm filling in is the email ID of our supplier. That's how we know who to send the email message to. Coming down a little bit further, we actually start building our email message. And like we showed before, we can set up parameters to the extended stored procedure, the XP sendmail, to pass in the subject and the recipient. So that's what I'm doing here. In this case, our suppliers always want the email that we send them to be in a certain format. In this case, they want the subject line to be the current date followed by the product name that we're ordering. So I'm filling in the subject variable by concatenating the various parts of the date followed by my product name variable. Coming down a little bit further, we're actually building the message section of the email message. In this case, we're building the message parameter by adding our customer ID along with the order ID, the product ID, and the reorder amount, and concatenating all that together. Now in this case, unlike we showed at the beginning, we won't be sending this as an attachment. We'll just actually send that text in the mail message itself. So now we can go ahead and add the code to send the mail message. Again, we're going to use the execute XP, actually our master database owned by the DBO, and we're going to use the XP send mail procedure. Then we'll pass in our parameters. First one being the recipient, and we'll say that equals our supplier ID that we've already set up. Next parameter is our subject. That'll be our subject variable. And lastly, our message text, and that's our message variable. So once we've sent our email message, then we need to insert a new row into our supplier orders table. Our supplier orders table keeps track of any time we place a new order with one of our suppliers. We use that to keep track of our own orders. So we're just inserting a new row into that. Finally, then, we're going to update our products table and set the units on order column equal to the reorder amount so that we can see, if we look at that table again, that we have actually already ordered that product. And lastly, then, we return. So I can go ahead and execute this then. I'm not actually executing the trigger, I'm just executing the creation of the trigger. So if we look back at our list of objects here in Object Manager, we see we do actually have the two triggers now, this one being the one that we just created. One of the other issues that we need to deal with is we have data spread across multiple servers. So we need to be able to integrate that data transparently to our clients. In this case, at Emerald Mercantile, they have all of their current year's sales data on one server and the prior year's sales data on another server. They separate it because of the large amount of transactions, and typically the prior year's data is less active. So keep that on a separate server. What we want to be able to do is have some stored procedures available to our client applications that they can query sales data over the course of either the current year or any prior year. But rather than having the client need to know which server to go to, we'd like to try and get that logic into the server. So let's take a look at one of our stored procedures that we have set up here called get sales data. We'll step through this. We're creating a stored procedure and we're passing in a parameter of a year. We're checking to see if the year is equal to the current year, and if it is, we'll run this query that gets some of our orders and sales data for the current year from our local server. We also want to be able to, if that's a prior year, we want to be able to run the procedure on our other server and get data from our prior year. So let's add the code for that. So I've already said if the year is equal to essentially 94. Now I'll say else if the year is equal to 1993. I want to execute. And the only difference here between executing a regular procedure and a remote stored procedure is I just give it the server name of the server containing the procedure. So I'll say this one happens to be on server 2. I'll give it the database name is orders archive. Procedure is owned by the DBO, and the name of the procedure again on that other server is get sales data. Lastly then, I'll say just for some added error checking, if the year isn't 94 and it isn't 93, we'll just say else. I'll use the raise error command. Just give it any error number that we want, say invalid year. So if our client calls this procedure and passes in a value of 93, we get the data from our local server. If we pass in a value of 94, if we pass in a value of 94, we get the data from our local server. Pass in a value of 93, we get it from our remote server. If it's any other year, we raise an error back to the client saying it's an invalid year. Again, I'll choose the execute button, and it's not executing the procedure, just creating it. Now let's just go back over to that other server and take a look at the procedure that we're calling. To do that, I need to log on to the other server. And again, as we said before, with Windows NT SQL Server, we can administer any server remotely. Here I'm going to use the service manager, and I can see that server happens to be stopped. So I can remotely start it using the stoplight applet. And once that's started, then we can go ahead and log in. That's still starting. There, it's running. Go ahead and open Object Manager. In this case, I want to log into server 2. And we'll connect. Use my orders archive database and take a look at our objects. Here's our get sales data procedure. We'll open that up, and we can see that it's essentially the same query that we're running on our local server. So that's already created. We don't need to do anything with that. The next thing then is when we're creating these procedures, and since our customers have actual direct access to our data on our server, we need to enforce some security so that our customers that are dialing in via remote access have the necessary permissions to select the data and insert data into our database, but we want to prevent them from accessing any data, any sensitive data such as our sales data. We want to keep that internal to ourselves. So we need to enforce that security within SQL Server. What we can do is use Object Manager again for that. In one case, I know that the orders details table is one table that we need our customers to be able to insert new orders into. So I'm going to go ahead and give permissions to our customers on that. Again, I'll right mouse click, choose Object and Permissions. In this case, I can select which permissions I want to give to which users. In this case, I want Insert and Select Privileges, and I'll give that to some of our customers. Add those to our list, and choose the Grant button, and they now have access to do both inserts and selects from that table. Now the procedure that we just created, the Get Sales Data Stored procedure, that's something that gets some sensitive sales data. So we don't want our customers to have access to that, but we do want our executives within the company to have access to it. So again, I'll go ahead and grant permissions on that using object and permissions. In this case, since it's a stored procedure, we only grant execute permission. And I'll grant that to my executives group. I'll add them and grant. So now they have the permission to execute that procedure, but our customers don't. The last thing then is when we're designing this database, we need to be able to make sure that the queries that we were running were tuned properly so that they're using indexes where necessary and running it at the best speed that we could get them at. To do that, we need to do some tuning and performance monitoring while we were designing the database. What I'm going to do is show a typical query that we tend to run and show how we can look at the performance of it and see how adding an index may or may not help us in performance. I already have the query saved, so I'll open that up. Okay, here's our query. I'm going to go ahead and turn on a couple of buttons here in the Object Manager in the Query tool that'll give us some more information on the query plan and how that query was executed. Let me enlarge this. Go ahead and execute that. We'll see we got our results and then a couple of other windows. This is our graphical query window. It shows the query plan that was used to run the query. In this case, it shows that we're joining two tables, the orders table and the orders details table. Then based on the outline of the box, as well as the text that's in the box, we can see whether or not it used an index, and if so, which index it used. So we can see on the order details table, it used the clustered index. On the orders table, though, it used the table scan. Table scan is essentially where you read every row in the table to satisfy the given data. Generally, that's not the most efficient way to get at our data unless it's a very small table. Our other graph here shows our I/O, the number of I/Os that were taken to run that query. Let me put a legend on here. We can see the orders table, which used the table scan, had the green bar, which is logical reads, of about 100 on a scale of 200. Let's see what we can do to try and get those I/Os down. What I'm going to do is first try putting an index on our orders table. I see that one of the columns that I'm selecting from is the order date. We're searching on a particular date range. So I'll go ahead and go back into my list of objects and go to my orders table. And let's go ahead and put an index on that. I'll right mouse click, choose indexes. And I want to create a new index. So I'll give it an index name. We'll call it order date. Appropriate. And we'll choose the column that we want it on, in this case, order date. And we'll select the create button. All this is okay, so we'll choose yes. And close. So now we have our index on the table. Let's rerun that query and see if that helped us any in performance. Again, I'll use my statistics buttons and choose execute. Now looking at our query plan, we can see again that the orders details table still used the clustered index, but our orders table now used our new index, the order date. The difference between the green and yellow is the green is clustered and yellow is non-clustered index, which is what we created. Let's see how that index helped us in terms of our I/Os. We can see now that we're only on a scale of 80 versus the previous one had a scale of 200. Put my legend up. We can see that our I/Os went from the previous one, which was 100, down to about 75. So adding that index definitely did help us in terms of performance. And we'll go ahead and close out of here. So what we've seen then is that we're using SQL Server to enforce not only our integrity, but also our business rules centrally at our server. We're also using all of our tools to remotely administer all of our servers, which in this case are only 10 or 15 feet away, but in an actual setting, they may be 10 or 20 miles away or even on a different continent. As long as they're on the same network, we can administer them, or even if we can administer them using remote access service across the phone lines. We also saw that we can enforce all of our security very easily and centrally at our server, giving those people the necessary access to do their job while preventing them from seeing any data that we don't want them to see. Lastly, then, we also saw how we can during the design phase of a database, as well as once we go into production, still see our query performance and be able to monitor that and see how changes affect the performance of our queries.
Thanks very much, Gary.
You bet.
Can you take us through some of the key things in SQL Server? You talked about what you showed us in the application. What are the key things in SQL Server that you used as far as this solution goes?
Okay. A lot of it relies on Windows NT. We're very tightly integrated with Windows NT. So, for example, all of our remote administration, since we run as an integrated service of Windows NT, we get all of our remote administration via that. We also use the triggers to enforce our integrity and our business rules. And part of enforcing those business rules, then, we used our MAPI integration with our extended stored procedures. We also integrate with Windows NT security, and within the database, then, we can grant additional security on individual objects.
Great, thanks. Well, what we're going to do now is show you our next developer tip. This time we're going to focus on more information on administering SQL Server.
Hi, Brett back with developer tip number 2. You just saw a SQL Server segment, and one of the issues facing system administrators is the idea of transaction logs. There's a fixed transaction log size associated with every database in SQL Server. That log over time, what it does is it fills up when transactions are placed against the database. When it fills up, at some point you won't be able to make any more writes against the database. What we'd like to do as a system administrator is be able to automate the process of purging that log. Okay, if you go ahead and take a look at your screens here, we're monitoring the transaction log as it's filling up with transactions being placed against the database. What we're going to do is, as this reaches 80%, we're going to add an alert that will purge the transactions within the log. Let's go ahead and add then an alert. On the screen that you see here, what we're going to do is choose the SQL Server log as a parameter to measure. And as we go against the inventory database, we're going to say, as it gets over 80%, we're going to run this command line that we just saw over inside of the TechNet CD. Let's go ahead and add that. If we take a look back at our chart, as you see the transaction log filling up with transactions being placed against the database, you should see a command window in Windows NT run, as you see here. And then you should see in the chart that the line will drop back down to 0, purging the transactions within the log. And you see that happen there. So for this tip, we're trying to show you system administrators can automate the process of when transaction logs fill up with transaction information, it can automatically be purged. Thank you for watching.
Hi, I'm Michel Gambier, Director of Windows NT Evangelism at Digital Equipment Corporation. I'm here today to talk about the role our new PCs and PC9 server platform can play in your database development environment. For the last 2 years, Digital has been working very hard to make its platform competitive in the PC environment. At the same time, we've been working with Microsoft to make sure that our platform had the appropriate software to run on those platforms. One of those software is Microsoft SQL Server. And throughout my presentation, I'm actually going to use 3 programming examples based on Microsoft SQL Server. First example is an example that will actually show you how you can benefit from SQL Server on a symmetric multiprocessor RISC platform. This platform is the new 2100 server family that Digital will be introducing very shortly. First example I'm going to show you is a credit card application. We're going to simulate the load of a backend server running a credit card application. First, I'm going to start my database. I'm going to start SQL Server. Here it's starting. Next, I'm going to start a performance monitor that's going to actually display the CPU utilization on my 4-way symmetric multiprocessor machine here. And that will allow me to show how much processor is being utilized. Now I'm going to start my first run of the application. And what I want to show you is the impact that thread can have on your application. So I'm going to process 500 transactions, credit card transaction, look up the account balance, check the credit limit, then write a transaction into the transaction file. And I'm going to do 500 transactions with only one thread. Let's start the program. I'm doing one thread, I'm doing 500 transactions, and you're going to see that if I'm only doing that operation, that backend operation with only one thread, I'm not really taking advantage of my 4 processors. You see that I'm only getting about 20% to 30% utilization. Every now and then one processor gets me about 40%, but really I'm not really loading my machine at all. And you can see that that it's taking actually some time to process my transactions. So here we go, we're almost done. So it took me 35 seconds here to process the 500 transaction. Now I'm going to run the same test again, but instead of using only one thread of execution, I'm going to use 5 threads of execution, and I'm going to do 100 transactions per thread. So I'm doing the same amount of work, but multi-threading it. You can see that right away my CPU utilization goes much higher. I'm actually using now all 4 CPUs pretty evenly. I'm using between 60 and 75% of my CPU, and my execution time was cut down to 12 seconds. So doing exactly the same amount of work, but cutting it down from 35 seconds to 12 seconds just by using 5 threads of execution instead of 1. So my message to you is clearly try to use thread as much as possible and make it a configurable portion of your application, especially for a backend application, so that if you have a symmetric multiprocessor machine like the 2100 server we have here, you'll be actually able to take advantage of that platform. Now I'd like to switch to my second demonstration. We realize that a lot of people will actually have mixed environment, including Alpha servers and Intel servers. And in the same way that Windows NT is Windows NT is Windows NT between Alpha, MIPS, or Intel platform, SQL Server is SQL Server is SQL Server. And to prove it to you, to show you that when you're writing a client application targeted at Intel, you don't really necessarily have to worry that the SQL Server will be running on Alpha. I'm actually going to show you an example of that. We're going to do a very quick attach of a table with Access 2.0. Let me start that. I just launched Access 2.0, and what I'm going to do now is attach to a table connecting to my Alpha server. So I'm going to click on the right button here, attach the table, select SQL database. I've preset an ODBC pointing to my Alpha server, and log to the SQL Server database. Here we go. I've got all the tables in my test database. So now I'm going to pick one of the tables, attach to it, and now I've got a table. And now I've got the table in my Access database. Now Access 2.0 has a very neat feature that allows you to auto-format a form based on that table. So I'm just going to click on auto-form. And here we go. I now have a form, and I can now browse. And you can see I'm just browsing, and there's absolutely no access delay in accessing the database on my Alpha server. So what I've shown you is that you can actually develop your client application on any platform and then scale that to any server you want, including an Alpha 4-way SMP processor such as the 2100, and there will be absolutely no change in your application, giving you an incredible amount of scalability going from Intel platform all the way to 4-way SMP platform based on the Alpha chip. In the first 2 examples, we showed you how existing or current type of application can actually be improved by connecting to an Alpha 2100 server. But the power that machine offers you can allow you to bring some new type of application on the market. And what I would like to show you is actually a preview of a type of application that you could actually implement with a combination of RISC-based PC-LAN servers and SQL servers and Windows NT. My application is actually a video server, so I'm going to show you a preview of a small video server we're working on. I'm going to start that client, and the first thing I'm going to do is actually query some bitmaps that actually allow me to preview the movie, and that I'm going to query that from the database. Then I can actually click on one of those movies and play it. Okay, I can stop it and go to the next movie, double click, and play it. And so you see basically I'm able to browse videos coming from the servers on my Windows 3.1 client. Here we're using a special MPEG decompression board to do this. On an alpha client, you could actually do this totally with software. Clearly, when you start connecting this with FDDI networks, ATM networks, using Windows NT, SQL Server, you really see how you're going to be able to actually put those things together. And we believe that this is only the top of the iceberg, that if you actually combine those machines and those capabilities, you'll be able to implement a wide range of new applications. I'd like to tell you more about our new family of 2100 servers. The 2100 servers is the first alpha-based machine that uses a PCI bus. That machine has incredible expansion capacity. It's got supports up to 32 drives inside the machine, giving you capacity of up to 32 gigabytes of internal storage. There's a control panel that allows you to give you a status of the machine. You have access to a DAT tape, a quarter-inch tape, and a CD-ROM. Let me tell you now about the inside of the machine. We designed our new line of 2100 servers to be the best PC line servers in the marketplace. Windows NT takes advantage of many of the features of that machine. Multiple processors, up to 4 processors, currently 190 MHz processors, with possibilities to upgrade to 2 families of new alpha CPUs, up to 2 gigabytes of main memory, a PCI bus. By the way, this is the first machine supporting the PCI bus in a symmetric multiprocessor machine, redundant power supplies, and 32 disk drives. Well, I hope I've shown you that the power of a new platform, including our new 2100 symmetric multiprocessor, offer to you for your applications. In addition, I believe that the combination of Windows NT, Microsoft SQL Server, and our Intel and Alpha architecture offer you a range of scalability that's unmatched in the industry. Thank you for watching.
You're watching DevCast, live from New Orleans.
Welcome back. We've been through 2 of the 6 modules so far. We saw the customer place the order into the server used some intelligence to contact our supplier. Now we brought back Kathy Boland from the FoxPro group, who's going to talk us about what happens in the supplier organization. Welcome back, Kathy.
Thanks very much, Jeff.
And why don't you start by taking us through some of the requirements for the supplier's application?
Okay, well, first off, the system was originally a DOS-based system, and we realized that we needed to move from DOS and file server to a client-server system without losing some of the legacy forms and code that we had. Mm-hmm. In fact, we started off with DBase 4, and now we're going to be moving towards FoxPro. So that was the first thing. Okay. Secondly, we want to make sure that as we are generating this new application, that we can do it in a timely fashion. Plus, multi-platform. Of course, we want to be able to run on DOS machines, because we can't convert everybody to Windows or the Macintosh. So DOS and Windows. And last but not least, really the connectivity to an ODBC SQL Server. Okay. So those were my requirements for this application.
Great. And you're going to show us the Windows piece first, and then after the break, the Macintosh piece?
I'll show you Windows and DOS now, and then I'll show you the Macintosh after the break.
Terrific. Well, what are what's the pieces of the application?
Well, we have some X-based code that helps us manage our inventory. Uh-huh. So that's what we use to manage the sort of back end or the warehouse side. We're using workgroup extensions with the connectivity kit to get information from our client server, the SQL Server piece, and then we're posting that to a file server, which is the accounting side, and that's where the Macintosh will come in after the break.
Okay, terrific. Well, let's take a look at the Windows and DOS piece.
Okay, thank you. And I must say, I'm very excited about doing this. This is the first time I've had the opportunity to show 2.6 to such a large crowd, so let's get started here. First off, this application was developed for us by Flash Creative Management, so just a quick plug for Alan Greiver because he put so much work into it, so thanks, Alan. And let me run through the application and point out the areas that I'm going to drill down into. So first off, on the entry side, this query server data option is where I use Mappy to get information from the server, so I'm checking orders in mail. And what happens is that Mappy says you're not logged in, so go ahead and log in. Check these orders, pick up an order that's not already been read, and notice that I've got a customer ID and a product ID. Those 2 pieces of information will be passed from this screen into the code that's generated and attached to this button here. So I will create the code for this form and attach it to this button. And I've got Emerald Mercantile, Chef Anton's Cajun Seasoning. Confirm the order by mail, and I should point out that we don't need to use these two buttons to do this. We could have, in fact, automate the whole procedure here. But just to show you that we're getting mail in and also sending mail out using the workgroup extensions. I'm going to post that order, which is going to be a database that's shared between this machine here and the Macintosh right here. So there's a lot going on. And then we'll just exit out of this. So that's going to be the client-server side, and this was very important to us that we could keep large quantities of data on the server and have some way of automatically getting and passing information between us and the company that needs us to fulfill an order. Now, what about all of the code that I had originally? Let's look at a screen that I have that's a FoxPro screen generated by the Screen Wizard. This is taking advantage of the Windows platform. We have bitmaps here. We've got New Orleans Pale Ale, which is really good stuff. And as I move through, you'll see that the bitmaps over here change. And the point of this is I'm running on a Windows platform. I want to take advantage of it. But I can't move everybody to Windows at the same time. That's just not feasible for my organization. So I need to make sure that the investment I have in existing code is still retained. So I am going to run that dbase code directly, unchanged, in FoxPro for Windows, just to show you that it can be done, of course. So I can edit this record. And let's say that I decided after last night the New Orleans Pale Ale was really not good stuff. Whoop. It was, oh no, okay. Let's run this again. This dbase entry. And we'll edit this record. Something is happening here on the network, so we'll just 2 times the job, we'll get rid of that. Okay, let's run the application again. Okay, and of course it's changed the color of my screen, so we'll have to go back and change that. So there are 2 areas that I'm really going to drill down on. One is the client-server area, and one is the DOS, dbase DOS, FoxPro Windows area. So let's exit this. And in fact, let's quit FoxPro for Windows and go to FoxPro for DOS. And FoxPro for DOS starts off by throwing up on the screen a new interface. And the interface allows me to get into something called the Catalog Manager. Now, if you are using an existing copy of DBase 4, you know that you've got the control center here, which makes it easy for that intermediate or interactive user to create database information and access it. So here I've got tables, and let's say I want to use the goods table. I can do that. I can browse it if I want to. And that's the same information that was used in my application. Now, on the screen side, you'll see that there's an associated with line that says there's only one screen associated with this table, and that is the one that I ran in the application. So let's go ahead and I'll run it. And if you watch on the screen, you'll see that the first thing that happens is that we're converting goods.scr, which is the dbase table, to the FoxPro table. So we're actually making a copy of this information. This means that you could run this, in fact, on dbase and FoxPro DOS at the same time, or FoxPro Windows. And so here we have this same screen, okay? Now, that's great if you're a DOS user, because that means that you can take this stuff and run it without doing any sort of translation whatsoever. But what happens if you decide that what you want to do is start moving to the Windows platform, which is in fact what I wanted to do? I'll start up FoxPro for Windows again. And if you're a DBase 4 user, you know that if you type in assist at the dot prompt, you get the control center. Well, here in FoxPro for Windows, we get the catalog manager. Now, you saw me show you that great looking screen that had the bitmaps and the buttons and so on. That was my FoxPro inventory screen. What happens if I want to take that dbase screen and move it to Windows? Well, let's say I decide to modify it. And I am prompted here that I have objects in that screen that come from DOS. Now, as a developer, if you think about this, this is going to be very easy for me to take this screen, this is a DOS screen, and I want to say I want to transport and open this, so I'm actually migrating the information from DOS to Windows. I will then have two copies of these objects that I can use, one on DOS and one on Windows. So, and I'm looking at this and I'm going, I think that the Screen Wizard does a better job. So instead of saving this screen, I'm going to use the screen that was generated with the Screen Wizard. But the point is here that it's easy to move from DOS to Windows, it's easy to move code, and it's also easy to move objects. Now, how do we manage to take care of both DOS and Windows at the same time? Let's close this, go to the command window, and what I'm going to do is use the table in which we keep the screen information. So I'll look at all files, and let's go to the directory where that's stored. And the screen was goods. And the screen information is stored in a table called goods.scx. So let's browse that. And you'll see that the very first column in this table is a column called platform. And it says DOS, and that means that for every item on this screen, there's a reference to it being a DOS object. As I scroll down, you see that now we have a Windows object. And this is how I can maintain that same screen on two different platforms. Now, the beauty of this is, when I take it to the Macintosh, I'll have DOS, Windows, and the Macintosh referenced in this screen. The other beauty of this is that I might decide I want to start making enhancements to only one of the screens on one of the platforms. And of course, when I do that, all of that information is kept in this table here. So that's how easy it is to move from DBase DOS to FoxPro, but I must point out, if you're a FoxPro user, that you can move from DOS to Windows, and also you don't need to do the intermediary step. You can go straight from DBase DOS to FoxPro Windows without it doing the FoxPro DOS in between. So that means to me, as the application developer, it made it very easy for me. Now, what's in it for a FoxPro developer? I'm a FoxPro developer, and now I've finished moving the people that I can move from DOS to Windows. What else am I going to do? Well, I need to build this client-server portion of the application. And one of the greatest things about FoxPro 2.6, both DOS and Windows, is the addition of the new wizard. So let's look at the query wizard, and you'll see that I have three query wizards, and the one that I'm most interested in is the client-server query wizard. And this is what's going to allow me to attach to back-end data. And this is any data source for which there's an ODBC driver, not just Microsoft SQL Server. So there's the database I'm going to connect to is Cajun Delights, the user identifier, and then the database is Cajun. And as we move through this wizard, we're actually building code behind this. We're going to save this as a block of code that we can then reuse. I'm going to pull up the customer information. So when I get the mapping message, I need to look for the company names. Let's take the customer ID and the company name, contact name, address, city, region, postal code, country. I don't need to group the data, and I don't need to sort it, but I do need to create a where clause, because, of course, every time I get information through Mappy, it's not always going to be Emerald City Mercantile. So I need to build a where clause, which I can then modify. So I'm going to build a where clause that says where customer ID is equal to EMCM, which is Emerald City Mercantile's customer ID. And moving along, so what's happened is the wizard is just prompting me through all of the steps, and underlying this is all of the functions that make up the connectivity kit. So let's actually save and run this query first of all. And I will call it customer.csq, and I'm going to put it in the right place. I'll call it cust.csq. And this is the SQL Server data. So it's very easy for me to get the information from SQL Server. Now, how do I modify that and attach it to the screen? Well, I modify the command file that's created, which in this case is cust.csq. And let me just expand this a little bit and tell you what's in here. First off, there's all of the information you need to do a select on this table. We're setting the library file, fpsql. And then down here is where we have all of the connection information. So DB Connect is actually one of the FoxPro connectivity kit functions that allows me to connect to the database. dbexec is the function that allows me to issue the SQL statement. Then I've got the field list and the table name right here. But the part I'm most interested in is changing this where clause. So I'm going to comment out that where clause there and start modifying this one. And what I'm going to do is add the value that's passed in from the screen. So I'm going to pass in TC client ID. I'll make sure I get all of the quotes and what have you there correct. And then I'm going to set it up so this command file here knows that when it's run, there's a parameter set up, which is TC client ID. And it may be passed through with trailing spaces, so I need to get rid of that. So I'll trim it. Okay, and I'm going to save this and save the changes. Now, so I've taken the client server with a generated reusable code that I can attach to a form, for example, or a screen. Now I need to modify the project and make that change. So I modify DevCast 4, bring up that query server screen, and I'll edit it. So two values that are being passed in. This value here, which is the customer ID, this is the product ID. Drill down on this button here. Here's the valid code. That means that's the code that's executed when I press this button. I'll edit it, say OK. And now if I decide to do cust.csq, it's going to run my new code. This is the parameter that's going to be passed through. If there's a result, in other words, there's something to bring back, then we do a scatter membar, populate the variables. There's also another file that I'm running here to get the product information. If it's used, if there's a result table, scatter membar to those variables. I'm doing a show get, which says show the stuff on the screen. Disable the button that allowed me to run the query and enable the button that's going to do the post. So that's all of the information that's stored behind this. I can close and close this and make changes. And of course now, if I rebuild the project or rebuild the application, it's going to rebuild the project and this application with my code attached to it. So to summarize here for a developer, if you are interested in client server, it's very easy using the client server wizard to take advantage of the connectivity kit commands. So that was the first thing. Second of all, I managed to make sure that I leveraged my existing investments in DBase code. It's definitely cross-platform, DOS and Windows. And MAPI is also a very big part of this, the messaging API through the workgroup extensions. I believe I'm now going to hand it over to Jeff.
Thanks very much, Kathy. Well, for some more information on ODBC connectivity with FoxPro, let's watch our next dev tip.
Hi, welcome back. In that last section, you saw how you can connect your FoxPro application to a SQL Server database. For you FoxPro programmers, what I'm going to do now is show you a little more specifically the commands that you can use to actually connect it programmatically. Let's go ahead and take a look how we use the FP-SQL library in ODBC to connect to a SQL Server data source. The first thing we need to do is set the library to FP-SQL. Now let's go ahead and enter our first command, which connects us to the server. To do that, db connect. What we do is we enter in an ODBC data source. This is pre-set up using the ODBC setup. You may recognize this from many of the modules today. SA is the user ID. There will be no password and no connect string. Now you see on the left hand of the window here actually a 1 return. This tells us that the command executed successfully. Now let's go ahead and connect to the database out on that server called DevCast. To do that, we'll use a dbexec command. And we'll say use DevCast. You may be familiar with some of this terminology, which is typical SQL terminology used and the name of a database. Now, data that gets returned to me, I'm going to go ahead actually and get some data here. Data that's returned to me, I want to have displayed in a browse window. So I'm going to use a FoxPro command here to go ahead and say db, or it's an FP-SQL command called db set opt. to turn the browser on such that return data sets are returned to a window. Now we're ready to actually go ahead and execute our first query. At this point, I could use any SQL command that is, any typical SQL command. So let's go ahead and just execute. We want to get a listing of products from this database. So we say select star from products. And when we execute this, because the browser's on, the data to return is entered inside this browse window, easy for us to take a look at. So hopefully I've shown you here how you can use the FP SQL library and ODBC to extend the reach of your FoxPro applications into the enterprise very easily, and you have programmatic control over that. Thanks for watching.
Well, now it's finally time for a break. We've shown you a whole lot of information in the first half of the show, and we've got a whole lot more in store in the second half. FoxPro Macintosh module and 2 more Access 2.0 modules to cover. We've also got the sneak preview at the end of some coming database and development tool technology from Microsoft. One slight change we made to the agenda, just to get back on time a bit, is we're going to move the Q&A to the very end of the show so we can focus the Q&A then and make sure everybody gets out and back to work on time. So with that, we're ready for a break, and we'll see you back in about 20 minutes. Thanks.
are now entering a world inside the essence of your imagination. Look within your dreams. They can take you beyond the mind's eye.
Welcome back to Microsoft DevCast, live from TechEd in New Orleans. Today, developers and support professionals are learning how they can implement successful database solutions. Now, back to your host, Jeff Teper.
Well, welcome back, and we've got Kathy Bolin back with us. Kathy's going to show us through the FoxPro piece of the application. And if you remember, our supplier has a mixture of Windows and Mac systems, and they're going to use the Mac systems in their accounting department to go ahead and invoice Emerald Mercantile. So why don't you take us through the key issues they were facing in that part of the application?
Okay, Jeff. Well, the very first thing is we have to be able to run the same application across not only DOS and Windows, but the Macintosh as well. So that was the primary focus of using FoxPro, was the ability to run across all three. Then secondly, we want to make sure that this looks like a Macintosh application, that we didn't just do some sort of port of the app from, Windows to the Mac. So we want to make sure that we take care of the operating system differences and also retain the FoxPro application user interface. And then I do have some, we would say, spurious video to show you, just to show how the Macintosh takes care of handling, or the FoxPro for the Macintosh takes care of handling things such as Apple Script and Apple Events and multimedia support such as QuickTime.
So this QuickTime video is not really part, you just...
I've never yet found
a
a video of sort of crayfish crawling across the floor or anything that would relate to food, so I have to say it's a little bit out of context, but just to show you how it works.
We'll allow it this time.
Okay, thanks.
What about as far as the architecture of the application? You've taken us through that before on the DOS and Windows side. What about the Macintosh side?
Well, the difference really is here is this is the front office, so that means that we're using the Macintosh and we're using it in a file server sense. So we're looking at information that's shared between the back office or the warehouse and the front office. So there's not MAPI in this case because we've already got the information. So it's really the invoicing side, and the technology that we're using here is the Macintosh, FoxPro, and the network.
Great.
Okay, file server.
All right, let's take a look.
Okay, thanks very much. So this is the second session here on FoxPro, and what I've got here is FoxPro for the Mac. I'm going to run the application just to demonstrate to you that it is indeed the same thing. So here we've got the main screen that's coming up. And as I'm concerned with the output or the invoicing, that's really where I'm going to spend my time. But I would like to point out that there are a couple of things that are specific here to the Macintosh. First off, on this application, you'll notice that the option to query the server data is grayed out because we're no longer going to query the server. We are doing some customer entry here, and I can bring up a screen here that's generated with the screen wizard, and in fact I'm going to create a screen for customer entry on the Mac side. And then also to show you that this same screen that you saw before, you're seeing again just to basically show you DOS, Windows, and the Mac. So this is the same screen with the bitmap of the type of food that we're looking at, or in this case, beverage. So what is it that's Macintosh specific here? Well, there are a couple of things. Help is slightly different. A Macintosh user is going to expect that information about the application is in the right place on the Macintosh. So we have About DevCast on the Apple About menu as opposed to on the Help menu. So here we've got information on New Orleans Cajun Delights. Also, we can set on Balloon Help. So let's say I want to decide to show Balloon Help. I can do that, and then We've got it here in our application. It tells us what each of these choices are. That's something that you wouldn't expect on Windows, but you'd certainly expect on the Mac. So I'm going to take it off for now, but I'll show you how we got that. So the key areas that I'm going to focus on today are what we do to make this application platform-specific for the Macintosh, and then also how we use the development tools on the Macintosh, such as the wizards, to generate things like screens and then take advantage of Apple events and QuickTime. So let's exit out of the application. I'm going to bring up the main screen. I'll bring up the command window, and as I'm used to working with the command window always active, not disappearing behind another one, I'm going to put it right up here. So whenever I bring up the screen, I'm going to get my command window. It just makes me feel a little safer. So now I'm going to modify the project here. I modify the DevCast 4 project, and I'll show you how we do simple things like gray out the menu and pull in balloon help. So first off, the main menu is where all of this takes place. Let's edit that. I'll edit that. And we'll look at the options on the entry menu, which is where we have the query server screen grayed out. And to do that, that's very easy. We're using skip 4 and what we call, let me just unhighlight that so that you can see it, the underscore Mac environment variable. And what this means is I can actually program specifically for the Mac. On Windows, there's the underscore Windows variable, so I can program specifically for Windows, and the same for DOS. And the great thing about this is that as a developer is that I can create the base application and then start making tweaks to it for the platform that it's going to be running on. So that's all I had to do to gray out that menu choice. How do I get balloon help? Well, the message for each one of your choices on Windows is typically in the status bar, and in the Mac is balloon help if you don't have the status bar and you turn on balloon help. So just to point out here, it's easy. It's not really something you have to do with the application. It's just a way that the operating system and FoxPro working with the operating system work together to detect this. Let's cancel out of here and cancel out of here. A number of other things to show you in the project. I could go on forever and I won't, but let me just show you one more, and that is under General Options. These are options for the menu itself. In the cleanup code, we actually are referencing two new commands which are specific to the Macintosh. One is set Apple about prompt, which is how you set the prompt value, and then the on Apple about, which is where we actually show, in this case, we showed Flash Creative Management's little information screen. So those are specific to the Mac. So all of this is wrapped inside an if underscore Mac, which means if this is the Macintosh platform, go ahead and set up the Apple About menu, otherwise totally disregard it. Yeah, let me close out of here. Do I want to save changes? No. And I'm going to move out of, so that's sort of detecting the operating system, but as a developer on the Macintosh, there are a couple of things I want to be able to do. This is the invoicing system, and I'm keeping track of customer information as well. One of the things I'd really like to do is in my customer screen that I throw up, I would like to, that I display on the screen, I would like to do a little crosstab of sales. What products we're really selling when, and then merge that with some spreadsheet information in Excel. So just to show you how well FoxPro and Excel are going to work together. And I'm going to do this by running a wizard, and I'll run a screen wizard in this case. So I'll create a quick screen here, and let me just choose a table. I'll choose the DevCast 4 table out of, the customer table out of this directory or folder. And the screen wizard is just going to prompt me through what do I want on my screen. So I will add a number of fields here and move along. And now I need to decide whether I want to sort this. I'll sort it by customer ID. And again, it's just like the other wizards I've shown you, but it's really quick to get this information in here. And I think I'm going to go for the embossed look and put picture buttons on there instead of text buttons, because that definitely is more suited to the Macintosh platform. And it'll be a customer screen. And now let me go into design mode, and you'll see that we'll generate this screen. will have buttons, and I'm going to do some customization of it to add some of the Macintosh features, such as running something with AppleScript. Okay, so here's my screen. It's looking pretty nice. I could use this as it is, but first of all, I mentioned to Jeff there was going to be a little sort of spurious example of things here. I would like to show you how easy it is. Let me just draw that again. How easy it is to include QuickTime in an application. So to do that, I'm going to pick out of my customer table a field that has a video in it and put that on the screen. And then in order to run that, I'm going to put a button on this screen. So I'm dropping a button on. I put a picture on this button. And I've got a bitmap folder here that's got a ton of different bitmaps. We'll use the clipboard here. I'm going to return the value. And we've got some valid code, so I'm actually going to run an existing PRG. Okay, so there's my button, looking pretty good. And now to go back to sort of what is really useful in the application, the ability to analyze some of the sales data that I have, I'm going to put another button on here. And this button is actually, again, we'll put a picture on it. And some valid code which runs a program that I will show you the code for that does a crosstab of information, shows it up on the screen, and then we call Excel and do some consolidation. Okay, I'm done with that, so I can move it around. It's looking pretty good. Let's generate the code for this. I'll save changes. Now the nice thing is I haven't done any coding yet at all. I did have two PRGs that were already created, but as far as creating the screen, putting the buttons on, putting the color on, etc., I haven't had to do any of that. And now I can run it. So let's run the screen. Get, of course, out to the right place. Okay, so here's my screen. You see this nice video shot here. Let's do the serious part first, the generating a crosstab in FoxPro of all of the sales data. So we've got Cajun seasoning, crayfish, gumbo mix, pale. It actually sounds like a pretty good dinner. What I want to do is take that information and see how the sales of this customer reflect with all of the sales around the country for New Orleans Cajun Delights. So now what's happening is FoxPro is actually going out, and we're going to launch Excel using run script. We'll see Excel appear on the screen momentarily. So here are all of the spreadsheets for around the country. And here's the summary. Now the nice thing about this is if you look at this spreadsheet here, you see that we've got information on those 4 products, how the sales rate in the Northeast, Northwest, etc., etc. And the point is that I use Excel because it's a great tool for doing data analysis. FoxPro is a great tool for storing large quantities of data and doing those database tasks, but Excel is really the great tool for consolidating these very large quantities of data. So that's the part that I like to show because we're running Excel here. Let me just show you what we ran. No, I don't want to save changes here. Okay, let me just come out here and show you the script editor and show you what the code is that we're running to get Excel launched. If I open the script consolidate, you'll see exactly what we needed to do. So this is the script that I ran from my PRG in FoxPro. And basically we start up Excel, we open our different spreadsheets here, we've got a macro that's evaluated, and then we open our summary sheet. Okay, back into FoxPro. What I'm going to do is show you the support that we have for QuickTime. And like I said to Jeff, I really don't have any great videos of food moving, so we have to use this video instead. So this is taking a video that's actually in the table. There's a reference to this video in the table.
Having embarked on a new career at the age of 45, Kareem found himself traveling in coach.
And you get the general idea. Okay, so the point is that it's very easy to put support for Olay in your Macintosh application as well as in your Windows application. So I can close out of this. And just to do a very quick recap then, support that the Macintosh and FoxPro working together, detect the operating system or platform differences, plus we can add with FoxPro for the Macintosh platform-specific features. Jeff?
Thanks, Kathy. Well, in a minute, we'll see what happens when the order and the invoice that goes with it goes back to Emerald Mercantile. But for now, let's take a look at another developer tip, this time focusing on cross-platform development with the Macintosh and Windows.
Hi. For this developer tip, we're going to be talking about cross-platform issues in writing FoxPro applications. Some of the feedback we've been getting from our customers is how we can use the information on the TechNet CD on the Macintosh. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Macintosh now, and you'll see that we have the TechNet CD running. What we're using here actually is an Orange PC card. It's a DOS emulation card that allows us to run Windows or DOS-related CDs. If we flip over to our contents window here, what I've brought up here is FoxPro and Macintosh issues. You can see there's a wealth of information here helping me with issues related to cross-platform development. Let's go ahead now and look specifically at window and keyboard issues relating to this type of development. So what we've written here is a FoxPro application, which we can show you how you can programmatically control different window and keyboard issues. Let's go ahead and take a look at our screen. On this FoxPro application, we currently have Mac Desktop on. When we open up a window, what you should expect to see is that windows behave as they do on a Macintosh platform, which means I can move it around the window along with the other applications. If I were to turn Mac Desktop off, you would expect Windows to behave as they do on Microsoft Windows. So you notice as you move the window, you're moving within the context of the application. On Windows platforms, those of you might know this as an MDI child. There are two keyboard issues to be concerned with. First, there is accelerator keys, and then there's tabbing. With key comp on Macintosh, what you're able to do is only tab through input fields. Also, you'll notice that as we look around these buttons and across the top in these menus here that you don't have accelerator keys. We turn key comp over to Microsoft Windows. When you bring up this window, you're able to tab through not only your input fields, but also through radio buttons, where you can enable then the keyboard and also accelerator keys. And you can notice across the top here that their underscore is now underneath some of these menu items. Likewise, down towards the bottom of this screen here, you see that you have underscores related to these buttons, and we're also able to tab through the buttons as well. So that's just a couple of the issues you need to be aware of when writing FoxPro applications for both the Windows and Macintosh platforms. And again, we are showing you this in a FoxPro application to show you that you have programmatic control over different window and keyboard issues. Thanks for watching.
Okay, let's go back to Emerald Mercantile and back to Access 2 in the flow of this transaction. To introduce us to that module, the order processing module at Emerald Mercantile, I brought up Kavi Singh. And those of you who watched DevCast 3, remember Kavi was the guy who taught us about telephony. Well, today Kavi is going to teach me how about optical character recognition, aren't you, Kavi?
Yes, sure.
Okay, why don't you take us through the requirements for the application and how this all works?
Well, we are, as you can see, we are at the final stage of the transaction, which we've been following since the morning. And what we have is that the orders have gone to the supplier, and the supplier has sent confirmations back via email, and they're sitting in our inboxes now. At this point in the order processing department of Emerald, the key solution requirements are control and efficiency of paper flows. And we are going to use advanced technologies to achieve these objectives. We're going to use MAPI to process email electronically from suppliers, Olay automation to achieve paper flow efficiencies by automating scanning and optical character recognition. And we're going to use advanced database technology to do enterprise data access to help us control things better.
Great. Well, it sounds like there's quite a few pieces of the solution there. Could you lay sort of out the framework of how those pieces work?
Well, clearly from the slide which we have, the key pieces of technology which we are using are Microsoft Access 2.0 as the front end, which allows me to transparently access enterprise data and to use MAPI and OLE, which are key technology components, and just achieve my tasks in a much simpler and better way.
Terrific. Let's take a look, including that OCR.
Sure. Let's go ahead and look at some of the details involved in implementing the stuff I have here. I have in front of me a user interface with 3 buttons on it: process order status, process invoices, and order review. These represent 3 of the most typical tasks which I need to perform during a typical day in the order processing department. And let's go ahead and first of all look at process order status. What this option allows me to do is to get mail from my suppliers electronically and review it as to the status of the orders we placed with them. When I go ahead and press on the mail button, I get back the data which was there in the mail message that the supplier sent me, and I can very well see that the order which we sent them has been confirmed by them. The technique to do this was discussed in length and detail in DevCast 2 on August 31st, and we will not be going into the details of the code right now. What details we will be seeing, as Jeff mentioned, are how to process printed invoices, scanning them, and running optical character recognition on them. Therefore, let's go and do some processing on invoices. I have in front of me the invoice processing user interface, and it's a very efficient way of dealing with paper flow, because when I get a printed invoice like this, I can scan this in via OLE automation, as you'll see soon, and run optical character recognition on it, see the bitmap of the invoice right here on my terminal, and check whether the order we placed matches the invoice we got. And when the 2 numbers match, we accept the invoice as valid, and when they don't, we save money by not getting overbilled, and we save confusion by not getting underbilled. So let's go ahead first and do some scanning. I'll go behind this form into the design mode, and this is the button I need to press to do scanning. So I go behind this button in the on-click event and use the code builder, which launches me into this piece of code here, which is really a stub, and start building my scanning and optical character recognition code. I start out by defining and dimensioning an object variable, the fundamentals of OLE programming, and set it to create object watermark 2. Now I'm going to use watermark software at this point, which I will drive via OLE automation to help me scan the document I need to scan. Going forward with the code, I ask the watermark object to initialize itself and do some scanning for me, and then run the OCR on what it has scanned, starting from the first page, going to the end. After this, we edit copy text from the OCR results in line delimited text format and call a ready-made function which I have with me to parse the text that results. Having called the parse invoice function, I have the text I need to and the interpretation of that text as data I need to do some processing on it. The next effect I need to achieve is to copy the bitmap itself out in the buffer and paste it back onto a screen control OLE invoice in the form which we just saw. At this point, we have updated all the data of the invoice we received into the form as well as the bitmap. And then we need to offer our users the option to accept or reject by making 2 buttons visible. And at this point, my coding is complete. Let me go ahead and quickly compile it. It does compile. Size the window so we can follow the code as it executes. Put it on top, set a convenient breakpoint, and go back to data sheet view. And now we are set to do some scanning. We press this button, and we are into our code, dimensioning the variable, and creating an instance of it. Let me pick up this invoice and get ready for scanning. I ask Watermark to initialize itself and start the scanning process. I get the user interface from Watermark, which does perform the scanning task, and I leave everything on default and press the scan button. As you can see from the screen, the scanning has started and proceeded to some extent, and while the scanner is doing its job, let me tell you that with one line of code, wmobj.scan, I could achieve a complex series of tasks driving different third-party hardware and software, Watermark software and the NiceScan scanner, to achieve scanning, which is a technologically complex task, with just one line of code at a solution-oriented point of view. We are done with the scanning. We exit out of the scanner, and Jeff's favorite, we'll now run this OCR. The OCR user interface is up, and it's got the image, it's deskewing it, and the yellow status bar shows us how far we have progressed. Now we are locating text, and now we are recognizing text. This is the slowest part, and it's done. And we have the results of OCR in the buffer at this point. And I tell my program now to go ahead and copy the text out in the buffer and call the function I have placed in my program to parse this invoice. And I see that the data of the invoice, which was in a printed form, has now been retrieved and placed on my screen as fields. And I can see indeed that this is an invoice worth approving because the numbers match. Go forward and copy the bitmap into the screen using accesses, runtime, settable properties, and screen controls. And we have the bitmap in front of us, which we can see. And then we go and make these two buttons visible, accept or reject, giving the user the options they need. Let the code run, close it down, and we still have one more step to perform before we are done with this screen. And that is, when we accept, we need to paste the data we have into a VAX VMS RDB system, which is our accounting system. So to perform that update, I need to write some more code that goes out into the RDB database and connects to it and updates a table inside that database. Once again, we go back behind the form into the design mode. Click on this button, get to its properties, and see that this macro is already built for us, which opens a form that says we are doing stuff and then runs some code for us. And this is the most critical piece of code we need to see. Run code, and the function in question is do vax update. Let's go back and see how we complete do vax update. Get to modules, table helpers, and I have a stub ready for this demonstration, which sets up the database, initializes the record set for me. And as you can see, the record set I initialize has a parameter called invoices1, and that's the name of the table. And this table is what I attach from the RDB database into my local system. Let me go ahead first and then attach that table. Right-click at this point, attach table. Data source is invoices on RDB VMS, and servers VMS, class is generic, username is system, and let me give it my favorite password, and click on OK. And we do get a choice of two tables on the VAX system. I choose invoices as the one to attach, and since a local invoices table exists, Access is intelligent enough to rename the table as invoices1. Successfully attached invoices1. And here is the table. Let's go ahead and complete the code required to make the update on the VAX. And the key thing to note here is that the code required to update a table on the VAX RDB system is exactly the code I would require to do the same thing on a local table. So, rsinvoices.addNew gives me a new record. At this point, I need to go out and get the invoice ID field from the screen we just saw. And to do that, I use a handy little builder which is available to me by clicking the right mouse button. Go to Forms, Loaded Form, Invoice Processing, Invoice ID, and I'm done. And I have a syntactically correct reference to the screen control I need, whose data I need to place in my table field, I'm sorry. And then, since we have accepted the order, we're going to say status is accepted. This is a sample update without much of the validation most of you who have done commercial system would be used to. And the key point here to note is that we're doing it on an RDB VMS system. And let's go ahead and do that. Update and close. Housekeeping's done. It compiles. Go back to our form. Get back to data sheet view. Get to the record we need to accept and just do it. The form comes up, which tells me it's updating the accounting system. It's done its job. I get out of here. And when I go back to the table, I see that indeed we have added a record with a status of accepted. And since we were doing a sample update, the rest of the fields are empty. So that finishes off how we process invoices. And literally this finishes off the transaction we've been following since the morning today. And the next thing which we need to do is order reviews. And when I click on this button, I get some management information out from the SQL Server databases I have. On the face of it, this is simple and useful information. Last year's totals, this year's totals to date, and percentage of goal achieved. But what I would like to tell you is the amount of work done by Access 2.0 and SQL Server working in tandem across a network to get the data I need and present it in a uniform, sensible format to me. So let's go behind the form in design mode and check out the record source I use to get this data. And it is a query composed of two subqueries. And the most interesting query to me is the one on the left, SQL PT archived sales. And this ties back directly to what Gary did earlier on in the morning when he made a trigger that if it did not find the 1994 data, current year data, on the current server, it went out and brought the data from the other server. And that happens transparently to me without me having to worry about where I'm getting my data from. And that is achieved by the means of a SQL pass-through query, which I will show you how to build now. So let's go to the database window and get a new query and not choose any tables. Those of you who have built queries before would find this odd, but if we go forward from this point, we can choose SQL-specific pass-through queries and type in a string of our choice to be executed on the server as a query and give it a parameter. And what we achieve here is pass the string to the SQL server and tell it to execute the stored procedure which it represents. And then the stored procedure can be as complex as it wants and do all the enterprise data access as it wants, and we need to deal with only one line of code. And we need to tell this query how to connect, and for that we need to build an ODBC connect string. And we go into this handy little builder right here and tell it to connect to the Emerald customer database and save the password in the string itself. And the builder's gone and connected and constructed the string for me, and I close this. And then I can run this query, and indeed, data does come back from across two servers without me having to bother how it happens. So let me close down this query without saving it and go back to the form in its data sheet view. And I hope you do appreciate that this column of data, PFY total, which I pointed out as interesting, is really retrieved by this local machine working with another SQL server, which is the current SQL server, going out to an archived SQL server, getting the data, constructing a result set, giving it back to me, and I have the information as a useful format. That brings us to the end of this module. And we have completed the transaction we followed through the day and finished our job. Thank you.
Great.
Back to you, Jeff.
Thanks, Tavi. Thanks for tying together all the pieces for us. We saw the optical character recognition, the email message, handling of distributed and heterogeneous databases, So it really all came together at this point. Before we go ahead and take a look at the decision support system, why don't we take a look at the next dev tip, which will talk about more information on optimizing client server and access. Thanks, Kavi.
You now see you can use stored procedure pass-through with an Access 2.0 to run a stored procedure on SQL Server and return data. What I'm going to show you now is how you can programmatically take control of the data that's returned from that command and put it into what's known as a data access object in Access 2.0. These objects have been greatly expanded in Access 2 and give you a lot of flexibility on how you manipulate data that's returned. Let's go ahead and take a look at how we're going to use the TechNet CD to find the information for this tip. Just so happens the information we're looking for is in a conference category. And we have TechEd'94 actually on the next CD. And let's go ahead and take a look at a client-server article that will help us find how we're going to use SQL pass-through programmatically. The article we're looking for is called a client-server application from concept to reality, which is one of the sessions here at TechEd'94. In the background here, I actually have this article up. You've just seen in the last segment how you can use SQL pass-through visually to return data from a SQL Server database. So let me show you how you can do that now programmatically. And if I scroll down in this window here, we'll actually see some code that we're going to use inside of Access to do that. So the way what I did here was take and copy this code. We went over to Access, and we pasted it in as you see here. And I've commented out some of the areas, the key areas that we need to look at specifically. For instance, in this first section here, we're basically doing the equivalent of connecting to the database and creating a query with the Emerald customer database and creating a connect string to get data from that source. In the next section, we're actually using a new feature of Access 2.0 to create new properties for query definitions. These you define yourself. In this case, we're creating a key or a field called log messages, and we're setting that to true. So we can log messages coming back from the stored procedure. And down towards the bottom of this section, you'll see SP-who. This is a standard stored procedure that ships with SQL Server. And I'm going to execute this particular stored procedure and get a whole bunch of data coming back. And to do that, I'm basically going to execute this command here. The key here is that we're getting programmatic control over the data that's coming back. We're placing it into what's known as a data access object. And in this case, that data access object is called mySet. Let's go ahead and run this code. To do that, we'll bring up the immediate window, and we'll type in the name of the function call. You see I'm behind here. If I hit return, what it's doing is going out to SQL Server, grabbing this data, and now I'm able to print the fields I want to print from that query. So not only is it important to be able to access data from an enterprise data source such as SQL Server, but it's also important to be able to manipulate the data that's returned from that programmatically. In Access 2.0, data access objects allow us to do that very easily. Thanks for watching this tip.
Well, we're done with the transaction, and now it's time to make some decisions. Mike McGeehan's here from the Access Group, and Mike, why don't you talk to us about the requirements for the decision support system?
Sure, Jeff. The requirements really were threefold. In a sense, they wanted to be able to graphically view data and perform ad hoc analysis and so forth, but they needed to be able to take that data and view it, beyond the scope of the actual custom application. They need to get it down underneath the application at times and perform their own type of ad hoc queries. These are the executives I'm talking about at Emerald Mercantile. Now, they also required the application to be able to run on the network, as well as being able to run on their plane or on the road somewhere along those lines. And so we want to provide that facility as well. And finally, we wanted to integrate that data and integrate access data and the sales data with other applications for further analysis.
Okay, sounds good. Could you tell us a little bit about the architecture, about how Access exactly does integrate with the Office in this solution?
Sure. We're primarily starting out with Access, keeping the local data in an Access table, unless otherwise connecting up to a SQL Server for the network data. At other times, then, when we need to do that other analysis, perhaps we need to do a mail merge, or perhaps we need to take that data and perform a what-if analysis in our spreadsheet, in Excel in this case. That's how it's really just a click of a button to take any one of our reports, any one of our queries, and bring it into that other environment.
Great. Let's do it then.
Sure.
Well,
Well, I'm going to start out using the basic executive support form that is used by the managers. Okay, so when we see this form, we're actually looking at a place where they can start their dates and set a start date and a stop date for their analysis. We can also see that they have an area for reports and queries that they can take and bring out into their environment, out into the Excel and Word. And finally, we also have this ability to graphically depict our data in a sense that we're looking at products, but we're not looking at all of our product sales. We're just looking at the top 5 products. We're going to use this form as a reference. So let's go ahead and look at how we created that top 5 product sales. I'll start with our database container here and select on products and go up and select new query. That brings the products table into our query by example. I'm also going to bring order details in. Okay, I'm going to make sure these two are linked, and I'll drag and drop product name, and I'll drag and drop unit price down to our output grid. So what we want to see is a total of product sales, gross sales for each product. So I'm going to go to the toolbar and click on Sum. At this point, we'll choose Sum, and we'll also choose descending so that our products are listed in descending order. Now I'm going to click on Run the Query, and we get 77 products. So very often, users don't want to see, especially executives, don't want to see 77 products listed. They want to see the top 10, or they want to see the top 5. All right, let's see how easy it is to just create the top 5 of these products. I'll go back to design mode. I'm going to right-click on the query and choose Properties. I'll choose Top Values, which is a new property in Access 2.0. I'll click on 5, close the properties, and again run our query. Now we can see that we just get the top 5 products in this gross sales product query. Now this is a problem that has vexed relational database developers for years. And here it is in Access 2.0. We're able to just input that number into a property and get that result set. Let's make it a little bit more difficult. Let's take a look at the SQL behind this query. And we can see top 5 is the new syntax that's added here. I'm going to click on, I'm going to add the keyword %. And so now what we're going to look at is just the top 5% of gross sales. So when we run this query, it actually calculates the total gross sales and then calculates what products represent that top 5%. So here you can see just 4 products meet that criteria. Again, let's go back to design mode. And we see that we want to, very often we want to specify not just looking at all of our data over a period of time, we usually want to see it with, specified with some kind of date criteria. And we can specify that date criteria in this form. But what if that form is not open? We want to specify here that we want to have a start date and an end date. Well, what I'm going to need first is the orders table, because the orders table is what has our order date. I'll drag and drop order date down. Since we want this as part of our where clause, I'll choose where. And now we get to specify the beginning and end date. Now we can put in the form parameters saying from, get that first text box of date and the other text box of date, and that's it. That's our beginning and ending date. However, if that form is not open, then the query is not going to pop up a very friendly interface for those users to go out, and go ahead and use this query. Remember, one of the query designs or the specifications for this query, why the executives was the ones that are computer savvy. They want to go outside of the boundaries of our custom application. They want to be able to run these queries without the forms open. So what we need to do that, we need to create a function. Okay, so we can base our query criteria on a function. And to do that, I'm going to minimize our query, go to our modules, and I'm going to create a new function. And we'll call this function get start date new, and okay that. Okay, so we start out with our blank function here. So the first thing we want to do, though, if the form is open, we absolutely want to get the dates from that form. So let's first test if the form is open. So if is form loaded, and that's a familiar sample function that we can find in a lot of Access sample apps. And the name of the form is executive support. Okay, so if that's open, then we want to assign a value of get start date new equal to the value in the form. Well, I can use my builder to easily get that value. So I'll go to Forms, all of our forms, executive support, and scroll down till we find start date. I double click and it automatically puts in the syntax for us. So we don't have to memorize any of our object variables or looking around for and trying to cut and paste and so forth. Now, if that form is not open, then we want to do something else. In this case, we first want to assign a default value for the user. So when we assign a default value, we'll dynamically allocate a variable here called enter date. And let's use the builder again to assign this default value. I'll go to our functions, the built-in functions, date and time, and double-click on date add. Now notice that it puts placeholders here for the parameters of this function. So in this case, I want to go back maybe 1 quarter from today. So I'll type in a Q for 1 quarter, a -1 for going back 1 quarter, and then finally on date, I'm going to double-click on date here. That will give us automatically today's date, and I'll OK that. And now finally we want to assign that value of get start date new here. And we want to assign this to an input box. So we want to give the users the ability to see a default value, but then if they want to change it, we want to take that input from them and assign get start date new to that value. So in this case, we'll put input box, and we'll type in something that they're familiar with, like please enter a start date. And we want to format what we have. So let's format our default value, and we'll make that a short date. Okay, and that's it. Then we can end our if statement. And we see that we've assigned that new value. We can go up to our toolbar and click on compile. Okay, so we know that our code is fairly in fairly good shape. And let's go back to our query. And now we want to assign those functions as criteria in our query. So I'll right click, again bring up the builder, and in this time I want to use an operator, comparison, and click on between. Now again, between gives us those expression placeholders, so we'll go back to our functions. The one that we created is in utilities, and get start date new. Now I'll click on the other placeholder and put in the end date, and we'll OK that. Now when we run this query, we can see that we get a date that is 1 quarter behind today's date, so December 30th. Click on OK again, and now we see that we get today's date. And that's how easy it is to assign these types of values to your query. So when the executives go beyond the scope of the application that you've created, they can easily go in and run their queries and still have that user friendliness that they want to have inside their application. All right, the other level of flexibility that the developers need is the ability to take their application and run it on the network, or even when they're on the plane. Okay, so in either place, we want to be able to give them that exact same functionality, the same forms and so forth that they're used to. So let's go ahead and close out of this query. And what we'll do is I'll show you the form that we can use to look at the executive support system. This is the form that we use to prompt them for inputting data, whether they want to choose local data, which would be data on their local hard drive, or network data. Well, let's go ahead and add the code for network data. Now we choose network data, the button, and I'm going to click on the build event, go to code builder, and now we see again we start out with a blank function here. Now I don't want to go through the whole process of typing everything here for you, so why don't I just go ahead and load some text. And I've got some code already prepared for us. And as I scroll up, we can see that we have some new syntax in Access 2.0. We can see that table list is mentioned as a record set, and open record set is the name of a table where we keep a list of all of our table names. Okay, so now what we're saying is this is really an example of what we call data access objects, okay, or DAO. Data access objects allow us to have a consistent way of programming by addressing our objects in tables, in queries, in reports, and forms, all in a very consistent manner. And it really follows the path, follows the syntax of the object, and each object has a method or a property. So let's go ahead and create some code here. and we'll define that a little bit better. So in the first instance, what we want to do here is, since we're connecting up to the network data, we want to delete the connection to the local data. So let's first do that. I'll specify my database dot table defs. And now here's where we get to put in that method. In this case, we're going to use the delete method. And we need to specify the table name that's coming in as a variable from our do loop. Okay, so now we've got that. So now once we've deleted that table, we need to recreate it. Okay, only this time, so we use the same table name, and we'll specify my table def, or actually we need a set, and we'll set this equal to my database dot, and here's another method, create table def, and this time we'll go ahead and input the table name again from that variable. All right, now once we've recreated that, we need to specify the connection. So let's set the property here of my table def dot connect, so there's our connect property, equal to ODBC string and the table name. Now ODBC string is from up above, and as we set that ODBC string equal to our Emerald customer database. All right, let's compile our code and see how everything's working. But we don't have one thing. We need a label. Okay, and this is in the instance, if we get an error 3265, that means that the table did not exist. Somehow or another, one of the executives managed to delete one of the tables. But that doesn't mean that we don't want to reattach it. We actually still want to reattach it, so that we trap for an error 3265, and we're going to go back to error return. All right, now where is error return? Where should we place error return? I'm going to place that after the delete statement. So what we're doing here is, rather than having the code overhead of first checking if the table exists and then going ahead and deleting it, what we'll do is we'll just assume it exists, delete it, and if we get an error, then we're going to use Access's error handling system to go ahead and provide us that functionality of, well, okay, let's just reconnect anyway. And that's what we're doing here. So again, I'll try and recompile my code, and everything works as we expected. I'll close it. Now we're back to our form. And now let's take a look at our tables. Now we can see our tables are all locally connected to another Access MDB file. When I go back to my form and click on network data, now it's going to take that and it's going to log us on. And now we can actually connect to SQL Server and have it change while we wait here for a moment back into SQL tables. So this is what we do, provide the executive when he comes in. Okay, and now we have our tables, and we can click on any one of these tables, and we can open them up, and we can see that we are now connected to SQL Server data. And that's how easy it is to just kind of go back and forth, and Access provides that level of flexibility for us as developers, okay, that allow the executives to have the flexibility for them to go ahead and use their application no matter where they are. Now the third criteria that the executives used that they want to have in their application was the ability to take Access data and the sales data that they get from Access or from the network and be able to look at that and perform a what-if analysis in a spreadsheet or in Word or wherever that data they want to analyze that data further. All right, so we can provide that level of flexibility because Access incorporates through object linking and embedding with other applications. Further, we go one step further by using object linking and embedding automation. So we can actually control other applications from within our Access application. We can see an example of that in our form. There we go. Okay, when we look at our form, we can see that we have a list of reports, and we also have a list of queries here that we can use to output to Excel or Word. Again, we'll use this as sort of a reference, because what we're going to do is we're going to create a new form that has a similar interface as you see here. So I'll click on New Form, and we'll create a blank form, and I'll bring up the toolbox. Now what I'll put onto this form is we need a list box that lists all of our queries dynamically. So I'll click on the list box and create that on our form. Now, I didn't use the wizard in this case because what I'm going to do is I'm going to Properties, and I'm going to give this one a name. Since it's list box, I'll give it LST query. And now as my row source type, now we've seen how we can use functions to define the criteria in our queries, but we can also use functions to get a row source for list boxes and combo boxes. And that's what we're going to do here. Now I have a function called list queries. And that's what we're going to use as our row source type for this particular list box. Now we also need a button here that will allow us to go out to and take that query and export it to Excel. So I'll get a command button and place that on our form. Again, I'll choose the build event for this button, go to code builder, and now again we start out with a blank module. But in this case, I have some code, but the code is actually stored in Excel. So if I flip over to Excel, I can see that I have all of the code listed here. This is one of the other developers who worked here and tried to take their Excel data and create a pivot table with that data. And we can see that Visual Basic for applications is the method that we use to program Excel, and a lot of the syntax is very similar, so that we have objects, and we also have methods, and we have properties associated with those objects. In this case, what we're looking at is the fact that we have our pivot fields and the orientation object specifying column headings and row headings and so forth. So what we'll do is we'll take this code, and I'm simply going to copy it. All right, close out of our macro, and we'll just leave Excel blank up here and paste that into our module. Okay, so now the only thing I need to do here is I need to add 2 lines of code in order for this to function from Microsoft Access. So what we first need to define is a file name. And the file name we'll define is C:\DevCast4, and we'll call it Excel temp.xls. So that's what we'll use as a file name. Now in Access 2.0, we have a new command called output2. And this allows us to output queries and reports in a variety of different formats. And we need our keyword here, query, for this one, because we're going to export a query. And where is that query coming from? We'll use the builder to go ahead, and here we are in Form 1, so I'll get the list query control. And that's where we can use the builder there. All right, we also need to specify the fact that this is formatted as XLS. So that's our keyword for that. We'll need the file name variable that we defined, and also the keyword true. And true will start Excel if it's not already started. And the final change we need to make is change this to our file name variable. And now we're done. So now we can take the code that was originally created in Excel for doing pivot tables with Excel worksheets, and now we've incorporated that into our Access application. I'll compile it. There doesn't seem to be any errors, so let's close it and try our form out. So here you see that dynamic list of the queries that are available in our container. I'll choose Products on Order and click on our button. So now it exports out the object, it exports out that data after running the query, creates the file, passes that information out to Excel. Excel will automatically come up. And we can see as it works its way through, creating all of our pivot table. And now again, we can easily bring country down and put category back up and so forth. So the executives now have this easy-to-use system for doing some what-if analysis with their data. And all that data came from either our network or it could come from the local data that we have when they're on the road. And that really summarizes everything we can do with the decision support application.
Thanks very much, Mike. Well, not only is Mike finished, but we're finished with the Emerald Mercantile application. But before we get to your questions and the sneak preview of coming technology, let's take a look at this dev tip on shipping your completed application.
Hi. For this last tip, we're going to take a look at how we package an application and distribute it. When we look at finishing off an application, there's typically 3 things that we'd like to do. Number 1, in Access 2, we'd like to get rid of the database window. We'd also like to get rid of the toolbar. We'd also like to change the menu for the opening form. To do that, we're going to go to the onOpen event for this form. We'll scroll down to the onOpen event, and we'll look at the code behind this form. Now, it's basically just one line of code for each command. In Access 2.0, there's a new method called setOption. So for all the options in the options menu, you can change the values for each. In this case, we'll say that we want the built-in toolbars to be made invisible. For the second item, making the menu bar change to a different menu bar, we've already pre-made a main menu toolbar. And we'll basically assign at runtime, we'll change the menu bar to this. This is a great feature of Access 2.0. The third thing we're going to do here is take the do menu command item and basically make the database container window invisible. Let's go ahead and run that. Let's go ahead and open up that form now. We should see all three things happen. And there you have it. New menu item, new menu bar, the toolbar is invisible, and the database container window is invisible as well. Now let's go ahead and distribute this application using the setup wizard which comes with the Microsoft Access Developer Toolkit. There's actually an MDB file that we can run for this called setupwiz.mdb. And basically we just step through a number of commands to help us collect the files we want to distribute and create the setup diskette. So from this point we can actually add as many files as we'd like. We have just one we'd like to add here, the customer.mdb file. And let's say we'd like to have an icon in the program manager for this. And we'll say that we do not want the runtime at this point to be distributed with this application. We'll go on to the next step. From here we can actually choose different libraries which our application specifically uses. This is a great feature. We can use the Microsoft Graph with this application. We also have Olay with the watermark that we saw earlier. And we also have ODBC to a number of different databases. We'll call the name of the application Emerald Customer Database. And the default directory will be customer. From here we won't put anything in this particular dialog, but this is asking, do we want to run an executable file at the end of the setup program after it runs, such as the application that this is installing. We won't do that here. And I will choose the type of diskettes that we want to actually have this application compress and put into subdirectories for us. This will choose 1.44 as the disk type. And then we'll also specify that the directory on our hard drive here will be c:\ship. And with that, we're finished. What's actually going to happen from here is the setup wizard will actually collect all the files we'd like to have compressed and put them in the c:\ship directory in subdirectories list disk 1 through however many disks that it needs to actually distribute this application. I mean, this is a great feature. What this is going to do for me is pull all these files in, and all I need to do after this is finished is take the disk subdirectories and just copy them to floppy disk drives. And then I can distribute the application and have people install it. So the process is finished now, and if we flip over to the file manager, if we look under the ship directory, it's created 2 disks that we need for this distribution. All we need to do now is copy these to floppy disks and distribute them. And if we actually go to set it up on our client workstations, we'll actually go through the installation of the customer MDB file and all associated files that it takes to run with this application, including the Olay libraries that we saw, ODBC, and Microsoft Graph. So hopefully we've been able to show you how easy it is to package and distribute an application using Microsoft Access 2.0. Well, we hope you've liked today's developer tips brought to you by the Microsoft Developer Network and TechNet. These tips, the information on these tips, and lots more can be found on these resources, and we highly recommend you subscribe to them. Thanks very much for watching.
DevCast is a quarterly commitment from Microsoft to show developers how to utilize the latest Microsoft technologies. Now, back to the show.
Well, we're back to take your questions on what you've seen today. Joining me today are the 5 presenters of the 6 modules, as well as Brett O'Rourke, Dr. Dev Tip as we call him, and David Risher, who's here from the Access Group to help out as he was sort of behind the scenes building part of the Access application as well. So why don't we go ahead and start and take some questions. Do we have, oh, okay, we already, they're telling me in my ear, we've got a call from Paul in California. Paul, are you there? Paul? Paul? We're having some... Okay, they tell me Paul's on his way to the microphone. Yes, we'll take our next question from the audience. Okay. Okay, one thing maybe I'll ask the panel here to talk about is we showed a lot of things about SQL Server and FoxPro and Access, and we went through them pretty quickly. But maybe we should give some guidance to the audience about how to choose the best database for the particular task at hand. I don't know, David or Libby, maybe you want to take that one?
I think it was Mike, David.
Okay. That's a great question. A lot of people ask us this question is, how do I choose between Access, FoxPro? And usually people don't ask about SQL Server as a choice because that's really a partner of our products. Access is really the product that's the productivity database. It's a product that's meant to span a very wide range of users, from end users all the way up through professional developers doing mission critical and client server applications. FoxPro is a very, very targeted product towards the X-base and D-base community. And if you've been watching Kathy's presentation, you've seen some of the great ways that FoxPro allows you to work with your X-base code and move into the Windows environment. It's also a great cross-platform product. As you saw with Kathy, we work under DOS, Windows, and the Macintosh. So that's really the distinction. Of course, SQL Server makes a great partner product to either one of those as a back-end data store.
Okay, sounds good. Maybe you could talk about the integration with the Office. We talked a little bit about Olay and a couple of other ways to integrate in the Office. What are some of the key ways people can leverage off-the-shelf applications in Access and FoxPro?
I tell you what, I'll answer Access and then we'll hand it to Kathy for FoxPro. One of Access 2's major design goals was to integrate very well with the Microsoft Office. And that really means 2 or 3 different things. It's everything from a common look and feel, so that's shared toolbar code, shared and similar menus and what have you, all the way up to something users told us was very, very important, which is the ability to share information. It turns out that end users and less professional developers tend to use a lot of applications at once. Not surprisingly, they use a word processor like Microsoft Word, a spreadsheet like Excel. So Access makes it very easy to share information among all of those. That's on the end user side. On the developer side, of course, Olay 2.0 and Olay programmability with Olay automation allows you to do some very, very sophisticated work with Access and the rest of the Microsoft Office applications. So that's the word from Access, and let me turn it over to Kathy for Fox.
Okay, thanks, David. We target ourselves a little bit differently in terms of who our audience is. For the developers, FoxPro interoperates very well with the other desktop applications, and I think I showed you a little bit of that today, showing you the mail merge with Word and the interoperability on the Macintosh side with Excel, for example, though of course that works on the Windows side as well. We're doing our best with the FoxPro product to incorporate the same look and feel that we find in Access and the other Office applications or desktop applications, which is the common use of menus and dialogues and what have you. Of course, we have a little bit of a different problem in that we are also satisfying the DOS users and the Macintosh users, which makes it a little less easy for us just to come out with a product that's entirely Windows standard and not leaving the other two behind. So I would say that we're perhaps a little less standard than Access in that respect, but in that way we satisfy all of our clients.
Great. Thanks, David and Kathy. Well, our first caller, we've gotten our phone lines up and running, is Doug from Cleveland. Doug, are you there? Doug?
As the jet engine actually changed a little bit from 1.1, from Access 1.1 to 2.0 in the use of Dynasets, you're actually using record sets now, as I understand it. When will those changes be reflected in Visual Basic, since Visual Basic also uses the jet engine?
Okay, good question. David?
That's a great question. The question, and let me make sure I understood it correctly, was we changed models somewhat from something, as you said, from the Dynaset model to a more general record set model. And when will those, in JET 2.0, when will that functionality kind of come out in Visual Basic? Just to clarify the first part, Microsoft Access ships with an integrated desktop database engine called Jet internally. Now, to many users, you'll never know this, but if you're a Visual Basic user, you'll know that you can get to that Access database engine called Jet via Visual Basic 3.0 as well. Now, we haven't really changed the model of the engine. Well, I shouldn't say that. We haven't really changed the functionality of the engine much in the way you described. What we've actually done is we've changed our model a little bit to subsume Dynasets, snapshots, and table objects in a general class called record sets. So that's just background. Visual Basic already supports, of course, the record set object, and in the next major version of Visual Basic, you'll see Access and Visual Basic's data access objects actually merge to have the same syntax and the same grammar. So the short answer to your question is, in the next major version of Visual Basic, I should add just one more quick point, and that is there's a compatibility layer which we ship in the Office Developers Kit as well as in the Access Developers Toolkit, which allows Visual Basic 3.0 users to work with the Jet 2 engine.
Okay. Thanks very much, David. Our next caller is from London, Brian from London. Brian?
Hello?
Hi, Brian.
The question from London comes from our downlink site here in Westminster. What action has been taken to improve the performance of Access when going via ODBC and the Jet engine?
Okay, the question was Access performance through Jet to ODBC.
That's another great question, Brian. I'll take this one as well. We actually have a couple of different ways to get to back-end data sources. And I think I didn't hear your question very well, but I think it was, how do we improve the performance? Well, Access and Jet have actually already worked to improve the performance by a large factor. And there are a lot of things just by using Jet, just by attaching the tables, just as you have before, a lot of ways you'll get much, much better performance. We also have a new Access feature, which Kavi mentioned before, called SQL Pass-Through. And SQL Pass-Through allows you to write arbitrary SQL strings that go directly against any SQL backend. So you can either do it through the Access user interface using our much enhanced attach capability, and we're much smarter about network traffic and performance and all the rest, as well as through the SQL pass-through capability. The Access Developers Toolkit has a lot of great information on building client-server applications, and I encourage you to look at the documentation in that book.
Okay, thanks, David. Our next caller is from Atlanta, Dawn. Hello.
Hello. As a Visual Basic programmer using Access, do I get referential integrity or Rushmore performance gains simply by installing Access 2.0?
You sure do. It's another great question, and it's one that requires about 30 seconds to answer. When you take Access 2.0's Jet engine, you will get all the capabilities that engine gives you. And that includes, as you mentioned, referential integrity, it includes table level validation, it includes an enhanced security model, it includes Rushmore optimization, it includes better back-end connectivity, and a number of other query types and what have you. Now, you said, do you get it? And you absolutely do get it. You do have to spend some time with your application, typically optimizing and performance tuning that application. Just to give you a quick example, Rushmore optimization works when all of your fields on joined tables or on queried fields are all indexed. Now, you may not have indexed all of your fields in the past. So one of the things you want to do is you'll want to go in and create new indexes on those tables and on those fields in order for Rushmore to work. There's a great help topic in Access 2.0 called Rushmore Query Optimization, and I would definitely recommend reading it because it's a great, great topic, and it'll walk you through the steps you need to get that better performance out of Access 2.0.
Great. Well, our last caller is Bob from Connecticut. Bob, what's your question? Hello, Bob?
Hello?
Yeah, what's your question?
Oh, hi. Actually, it's from Manchester, New Hampshire.
Oh.
The question I have is, when you're setting applications on a smaller LAN, for now, I think a lot of people have been using the Microsoft Access both as a separate database for just the data and then a database for the software and application. Can your panel give any suggestions or advice on when you should consider keeping it that way or when you should consider using the SQL server in conjunction with Access?
Should I take it? Okay. The question again is, when should I use Access and Jet as a file server in a file server configuration, and when in a client server configuration? And really, there's no simple answer to that question. Typically, file server configuration is best suited for slightly smaller data sets. You know, an Access database can hold up to 1 gigabyte of data, but some of our customers are handling many gigabytes of customer and order information. So that, of course, would typically be best done in a client-server configuration. It really depends on the sort of application you're trying to write. If you have a smaller work group, or you have a work group that's not going to be doing a tremendous number of simultaneous updates, or you're not going to need some of the great new advanced capabilities of SQL Server, like the online transaction processing and automated roll forward and online backup and some of those sorts of capabilities, then access in a file server configuration is probably just right. But if you're doing some of the more intensive, particularly simultaneous updates, a lot of online updating, then I would probably recommend a client-server configuration just to get that better performance that you tend to get out of client-server settings. But it's probably going to require a little bit of experimentation on your part.
Okay. Well, we're going to take actually one more question we've gotten via email today, and Dan Quigley is ready and waiting to read the question we got via the internet. Dan?
Yeah, this is a question from the internet, and the question is, when will books be available, or secondary books be available for Access 2.0, and also covering some of the new features of FoxPro?
Okay, Libby, or you want to take that?
There's actually a number of books that are coming out, third-party books, that are planned to come out in the next few weeks and next few months on Access 2.0. We have a very burgeoning third-party community that is supporting the product and doing a very good job of covering a full range of topics, from end users to power user to developer books. And you'll see the full range of those out on the market in the next few weeks. I'm going to pass it over to Kathy.
Really, the answer is very similar for us, except that 2.6 is an incremental upgrade, perhaps, rather than an extremely big upgrade like the difference between 1.1 and 2.0 for Access. So we already have a very large third-party community developing books for us, and I know that there are some in the works that are going to take care of the changes between FoxPro 2.5 and FoxPro 2.6. So you'll see them shortly, because we have people developing new books all the time in the FoxPro line.
Great. Well, I'd like to thank all the panelists for joining us here for the questions. We're going to reset the stage now for the sneak preview of coming technology. So while we do that, let's take a look at a case study of an actual access-based solution developed by Collier-Jackson. Let's take a look at that.
At Collier-Jackson, we develop accounting, human resources, and newspaper management software for medium to large-scale companies. 9 months ago, we completely overhauled our operations and our infrastructure to build full, what we call third-generation client-server software. The first level of that effort targeted the selection of tools and the employee training necessary to implement the change. Our challenge? How to convert an 80-person, third-generation character mode COBOL development shop to an event-driven client-server Windows environment.
The answer was easy: Microsoft Access. But no one wanted to believe that. We compared it to Power Builder, Group to SQL Windows, and Visual Basic. It was a mindset battle. 2.0 had not been released, and people thought it wasn't strong enough. It wasn't industrial strength. So we decided to build an interim reporting tool for our human resources software, what we call HR Desktop, to determine the feasibility of Access as a development tool. We actually developed the product as we were learning Access.
It didn't take long to understand the major impact this tool had on our development. Productivity gains were immediate. We went from several disjointed tools like COBOL compilers, screen managers, and symbolic debuggers to one tool, Access. Not only developers, but our application specialists and support consultants were able to learn it and make considerable contributions to our development efforts.
The new wizards in Access 2.0 made building forms easier and faster. Using the combo box wizard helped build them with all the attributes correct the first time, a real time saver. The input mask wizard made standardizing formatted fields easy and consistent throughout the project. With some creative use of graphics, we were able to give our applications a very distinct look, nothing like the usual Access look. One of the version 2.0 enhancements we found very useful was the code behind forms feature. Using this as an alternative to detached modules helped speed up the development cycle, popping us right into the code module for the form property being edited. It also gave us more control and executed faster than the macros.
There were significant gains not only for us, but for end users of the HR Desktop tool we developed. The process time for applicant letters, COBRA events, and employee mailings was dramatically reduced. This was due to the interoperability between Access and Microsoft Word. Because Access is such a good end-user tool, response times for ad hoc inquiries on employee benefits, employee status was also reduced from hours to minutes.
And the reporting and query capabilities of Access make salary and budget analysis easy for our customers to implement, saving an HR department considerable staff time.
Incorporating routines from other DLLs is a very effective way of stretching Access's capabilities. One of the things Access wasn't supposed to be able to do was change the shape of a cursor while over a particular field. This was accomplished easily by calling simple Windows APIs.
In our old environment, database administration was a specialty job done only by the expert. Using SQL Object Manager, managing this environment is now as easy as point and click. Database changes that would have taken days or weeks to coordinate are now done inside an hour and can be accomplished by many of our developers.
During the transition, we expected our database, Sybase, would have to be on a larger server, such as an HP or an IBM Unix box. But we found NT's Advanced Server and Microsoft SQL Server to be a very powerful combination. Running SQL Server across the network on a single process of Pentium server, we were able to achieve 25,000 accounting journal update transactions per hour, update rates that are more than acceptable for enterprise-wide applications. And with Windows NT, we now get the scalability and thread protection for every connected user.
Here's our accounts payable file cabinet interface. We did it this way just to make it easy. You just click the button, open invoice drawer. Here you have everything you can do with invoices. Click the button, put the drawer back. Easy for our end user customers. Looking at vendors, the same way. All done with Access, but not the traditional Access approach. Want to look at 1099s? Just click the 1099 button. Brings up the vendor's history. You actually want to see the actual representation of the 1099 form, then click one of the buttons on the top, which are also bitmaps. Click on the miscellaneous button, and up pops the actual 1099, exactly what you sent to your vendor. It's easy, people understand it, accounts payable clerks love it. Here we have our general ledger menu. Again, notice the file cabinet metaphor for the user interface. Again, punch the button right on top of general ledger and you see the functions that you can do in your general ledger system. Very easy, easy for people to understand, easy for people to use. Again, punch the button, close the file drawer. If you want to define the account architecture, just punch the button again. What's most important to remember about Access is it is not a limiting tool. We feel this product we've developed is certainly capable of managing any Fortune 500 business. Again, you want to define the account structure, just punch the button. Now for you accountants in the audience, notice the flexibility and notice the capability of this design. Unlimited number of segments, unlimited number of sizes, anything you want to do with an account structure, however you run your business, we can do it. Access does not limit us at all. So if you use Access as a development tool, you can do anything just about to satisfy your customers. Our approach to software development has dramatically changed from writing programs to what we call building applications. We used to design, code, and then review and modify the application over and over. We did not see it before we built it, resulting in a long, cumbersome process. Today we build visual prototypes, see what it looks like, then assemble the pieces behind it, a complete reversal of the old process. This new approach raises our quality, inspires creativity of our staff, and decreases time to market, making us more productive and responsive to change. This work group computing and the Access development environment increased our developer productivity more than 200%. It's also obvious in the added benefits you can't measure. The new ways we share information, the different way we approach problem solving, the positive attitudes that follow. It's just a more fun environment for our developers. And it's evidence in the progress and creativity of our systems.
Well, we're back. Roger Heinen started the show today with an overview of what's new from Microsoft. Now it's time to show you what's coming, some of the new exciting technologies our database groups are working on. And for that, I'm very pleased to introduce Mary Engstrom, who's a group product manager in our database group. Mary?
Thanks, Jeff. Today, Roger talked about our vision for our databases and desktop development tools, and that vision involves a set of shared components, both on the front end for UI and as data management tools. The vision also involves your choice of languages, be it XBase, Visual Basic, or Visual C++. It's a great vision, and we're hard at work getting there. So what I wanted to do today is enlist the help of some of the people from our product group in the developer division to give you a preview of some of the technology that we're working on as we move towards this vision. Now, the first person is Ross Hunter. He's from our component group in the developer division, and he's going to show you a component that actually ships in the Access Developer Toolkit. So it is available today. We're continuing work on it so that it can be a shared component that all of our development tools can use. Ross, would you like to show us the data outline control?
Thanks, Mary. The control I'm going to show you is the data outline control. And what this control does is it displays your data in a hierarchical fashion and allows you to drill down into the data to extract the information that you need to get. We built this to explore the new OLE technology that Access has implemented in version 2. We built an extensible OLE custom controls architecture that allows both Microsoft and third parties to extend the functionality of Access by adding new controls which can add new behavior to the system, often in very rich ways. This control, and I'll open up this form, is showing an outline of the customers in our sample database. We're showing the customers, and then we're showing order information about those orders. Now, just looking at the order number and the date of the order might not be really super interesting to me. It lets me pick which order I'm interested in, but if I really want to drill down and look at that information, I can just double click and we'll bring up an order form that will be synchronized with the selection in the outline. So as I move around in the outline, the order form will stay synchronized. I can also drill down on customer information as well. And as I change customers, not only does the customer form change, but the order form changes to show the first order for that customer. And the set of orders that I can scroll through then is the set of orders that correspond to that customer automatically. And this is done with no custom code. There's no code in this example at all. And I'm going to take a minute here and show you how we actually implemented that control so that you can see how a user would actually build this. So let's build a new form. We'll build a new blank form, and I'll put an OLE control or an OLE object on the form. Now, you may have seen this dialog before. There's a new element on the dialog, which is the Insert Control option. When I select that, I can pick from my list of controls. And we're going to bring up the Data Outline Control Wizard, which will let me build one of these controls using some code that was written in Microsoft Access Basic. So let's start off with customers. And the wizard will guess that I probably want to display a customer's form since I have one with the same name. And I'd like to display the company name at the top level of the outline. Then I'll move down to the next level. And I have a query here that I'd like to use, the order list query. And I didn't get an associated form since there isn't one with that name, but I can pick the order form to display. And you'll see that down here in the lower left of this dialog, it automatically figured out that there was a relationship between the order list table, or the order list query, and the previous level, which is the customers table. And it filled that in. Those are linked on the customer ID between those two. And here I'd like to display the order number. And I'll just finish my form. Now, it's created the control on the form. I'll make the form a little bit smaller. And let's browse this and see what we got. Well, I get the same list of customers. Make the window a little smaller as well. And I can expand. I can bring up the forms, drill down, and synchronize. And as I move through the form, it all stays synchronous. I can move through the customers here, and the order form stays synchronous as well. So this technology has allowed us to let our customers build very deep and interesting applications without writing any code. But this control is also very extensible, so that if you want to extend the functionality of this control, you can drive all of this user interface elements. You can change all of the properties. You can call methods on this object using OLE automation. And the control also exposes a series of events that developers can use to customize the behavior of the control.
That's great, Ross. Thanks for that demo. That's an exciting example of one of those shared components that you'll see coming out of the developer division. That particular component will be available in about a month as part of the Access Developers Toolkit. So some of these things are short-term and some are longer-term. Now I'm being joined by Chris Capicella from the Fox product group. As you know, Fox 2.6 just shipped this month. It's a great product, a great upgrade for DBase users. Well, they didn't let shipping 2.6 stop them from working on the next version of Fox,
And Chris is going to share with us some of the technology that we'll see in future versions of FoxPro.
Well, thanks, Mary. I'm really excited to be here today to give you a short technology preview of Microsoft FoxPro. As Mary mentioned, we are hard at work on the next version of Microsoft FoxPro, and one of our goals is to make it much easier for the developer to be able to create reusable components that they can define one time and then reuse multiple times within one application and also reuse across multiple applications. The way we're going to try to do this is by allowing the user or the developer to create user-defined classes. And Mary, I think classes are something that are much better illustrated rather than described. So let me try to illustrate them through a short presentation. The first thing I'm going to do is to go ahead and point FoxPro to a user-defined class that we've already created. I'll go ahead and do that. From here, this particular class that we've defined, this user-defined class we've already defined, creates a form. And this form allows us to see the classic one-to-many relationship, where you've got one customer and many orders for that particular customer. So what I'd like to do is to actually create an object based on this class definition. To do that, I'll just type x equals create object and give it the class definition name. In this case, we called it TASForm. Hit enter, and now in memory, we have a variable called x that we can manipulate based on this class definition. For instance, we can type in x.show and hit enter, and up comes our class definition. Notice we've got one customer, and as I navigate through, we can see all the orders for that particular customer. X-Space developers and Fox developers will be pleased to see that we are hard at work on a new, powerful, flexible control here called the grid control that lets us represent the many-sided relationships very easily. So here's what this particular class definition looks like. Well, now let's imagine that we're talking to this one customer on the telephone, and another customer comes into our office and needs our immediate attention. What we'd like to be able to do is to create another form based on this exact same class definition and work with both of these simultaneously. Today, that's very hard to do in just about any database. With user-defined classes, we've got the benefit of being able to create multiple forms or multiple objects based on this one definition. So I'll create another object called y, hit enter, and actually let me move x out of the way, and let's do y.show. And sure enough, you can see that x and y are currently up on our screen, and x is on one customer and y is on a completely different customer. So one of the benefits here to having user-defined classes is that we can create as many objects or instances that we want based on this particular class at runtime. Much easier than it was before. Also, we have great programmatic control over what's going on. For instance, you notice that both of the title bars of these two forms are called order entry. Well, I have great programmatic control over that. At runtime, I can just type in y.caption equals DevCast'94, and sure enough, the Y form's caption changes to DevCast'4, and X hasn't changed at all. This is what some people refer to as being able to define properties at runtime, and it gives you great control over the environment. Well, the final benefit that I'd like to illustrate today with user-defined classes is the ability to add functionality very easily to your class definition and have that functionality automatically become inherited by all the objects that you've based on that definition. For instance, right now, if I double-click on either one of these forms, I'm double-clicking, and nothing's actually happening because I haven't added any functionality there. Well, rather than having to change all of these various forms, remember, they're not really forms at all. They're just objects based on the class definition. So I'll go ahead and change the definition by doing a modicom DevCast, and behind the double-click event of the form, I'll just type a standard FoxPro command called browse normal. I'll close down the class definition, and now let's go ahead and once again do a y equals create object. Actually, let me set procedure to DevCast again to point FoxPro to the class definition. Now let's do a y equals create object, and how about a y.show? And we can navigate to a particular customer if we'd like. And if I double-click anywhere on the form, up comes a browse window, and sure enough, we're on the particular order ID. One of the great things about being able to create these multiple instances is that although each object is based on its own, on the one class definition, and each object is using the same tables on the disk, the great thing is that each object maintains its own record pointer and its own set of work areas so that we can have these asynchronously operating. So that's a very quick presentation on some of the exciting things that we're working on for the next major release of FoxPro. And as I think probably everyone can tell, I'm very excited about what's coming. And I'd like to turn it back to Mary.
Thanks, Chris. Great demo. As you can see, FoxPro in its next version will be a lot more object-oriented, and Chris and his team are hard at work. Last, I have with me Casey Kiernan from our SQL Server group. Casey's going to show us some work the SQL team is doing with the Visual Basic team to make VBA and SQL Server a better combination for creating client-server applications. Casey?
Thanks, Mary. What we're doing in the SQL Server group is looking at OLE 2 integration with the SQL Server product itself. Now, generally, when you think of a server, you think of very complex processes and methods and things that you have to do on the back end, but we want to make that completely transparent and simple for administrators. So this is especially important when you look at the level of OLE 2 objects that we provide today for the desktop, such as the data access objects and those things. We essentially want to make the SQL Server the upward path that maps right into what you're doing today, just an extension of the DAO objects. And essentially, you have all that flexibility and all the tools that you're using right now, you can use those against the SQL Server. So what I've got here is I've developed a small VBA application to basically chart the usage of each of the databases on the DevCast machine behind us. So why don't we walk through that and I'll show you what I've got. On the display now is a chart of, these are all the databases on the PC server, and it shows each of their allocated space and the space that's actually being used. So what I'll do is I'll walk you through the VBA application that integrates SQL Server with the Excel charting capabilities, and then also we can hook in mail capabilities too if we want. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'll step through this. Now, in VBA, inside Excel, you have the object browser, so I can go in and look at the objects that are there, and OLE SQL, which is the working name we're using for our object, is one of the objects. So things that you typically expect to see in the server are available as objects and methods and properties. So SQL Server is an object, and it has properties and methods on it like connect. It has collections of databases on it. It has disconnect. All the things that you would expect to see and you'd normally use T-SQL statements for, or SP who commands, things like those. What we've done is we've put those in a form that all developers will eventually be moving to. So it's right there at your fingertips. So let me walk through this prototype, and I'll step through it. I'll bring up the VBA debugger. Now this is nice for current SQL Server users because there is no debugger that walks you through these kinds of procedures that you do. So this is the first time you'll be seeing this. So let's step through. We'll add a sheet, and you can see it just put a sheet up behind us. We'll add some headings to our Excel spreadsheet. So we're going to have a database column, a space used column, and a space available column. So walk down. I create an SQL Server object, and I'll connect to it. So now we're connected to the DevCast server behind us. We'll walk down in, and now I'll do a loop for each of the databases that are on the server. So now you can see right here, the name of the database is simply just another property inside my database object. So I'll add that up into the database column, and I'll calculate the space used, calculate the space available. And then I'm in a loop, just like all the other VBA applications you've been seeing today. Go through each one. Going through pubs, tempdb, and now I'm done. I've got the information I need off the server. I disconnect from the server, and now we go into Excel mode, and we basically let Excel do the charting. Okay, so I'm going to add a chart object to the sheet behind me. And then with the Excel chart wizard, I'll chart the information we just put on the sheet, add some grid lines, and then there's a line here. I have this commented out, but essentially we could mail this spreadsheet out to the users. Okay, and there it is. We're done with it.
Great. Thanks, Casey.
Okay.
That's just a brief look at some of the things we're working on in the developer division that you'll see soon. Now I'd like to hand it back to Jeff. Jeff?
Thanks very much, Mary. Well, there's just a little bit more. What we want to show you some of the stuff we're working on for future DevCasts, and what we've done is actually bring back two of the old-time DevCast favorites, John Vale from the Word Group and Eric Wells from the Excel group, as well as Scott Randall from Visual C++ who will be there after him. And let's go ahead and start with John Vale from the Word group, who's going to go ahead and take us through a 32-bit version of Microsoft Word that's coming up. John?
Hi, my name is John Vale. I'm a product manager for Microsoft Word. Today we're going to take a look at two new applications for Microsoft Word and Excel for Windows NT. Now these are two full 32-bit applications that are designed to run for Windows NT specifically. Now, some of the advantages of having these applications on NT is that we're able to go in and take advantage of some of the new features in NT, such as better memory management, security, also along filing support, and the ability to go in and operate on different hardware platforms. Now, what we're going to do today is we're also going to see the fact that we also have all the great easy-to-use features and the macro capabilities in the Windows versions as well as the Windows NT versions too. So let's go ahead and switch back to our screen here, and let's take a look at our application. Now what we have here is an application created in Microsoft Excel for a company called Bellarici Motor Car Design. And Bellarici uses this application to be able to go in and actually create new designs for their cars. And in particular, what we're going to do today is we're going to design a new wheel. And we'll do that by clicking on the Wheels button in our application. This will bring us up to an analysis sheet that allows us to determine what components go into the wheel. And our research has indicated that if we increase the amount of magnesium and decrease the amount of aluminum in our wheel, we can actually increase the wheel's performance. Now again, all this is using Visual Basic for applications within Excel. Now, what we'd like to be able to do at this point is we'd like to be able to render a drawing based upon what we've made the changes here in our Excel spreadsheet. To do that, I will click on the Create Drawing button. When I perform that operation, what we do is we go to a product called MicroStation, which is made by a company called Intergraph. MicroStation is the industry-leading computer-aided design package, which is now available for Windows NT. What we have here is a situation where we're using an Excel macro to be able to take the information from the analysis sheet and place it into the MicroStation session. Let's go ahead and switch back to Microsoft Excel. Now the final component of our solution is we want to be able to go in and take the analysis results and create a document in Word. To do that, we're going to choose the Create Report button. And when we click the Create Report button, what we do is we get a screen inside of Microsoft Excel. And we're going to say, we're going to send it to Eric Wells. And it's from John Vale. And it's regarding the new wheel analysis update. Oops. And we're going to put a quick little executive...
32 applications will, of course, run under Windows NT. They'll also run under Windows 3.1 with the Win32s DLLs. Of course, they'll also run under the beta versions of Chicago as well as all the existing Win32 platforms. As part of this new Visual C++ 2.0, you probably figured out is 32 bits. We're targeting 32 bits. We're adding 32-bit support for OLE and ODBC. We're trying to bring all those features you have in Visual C++ 1.5 today, available for 16 bits, to the 32-bit platform. In addition to all that goodness for 32 bits, we also have a new integrated development environment. Let me show you an application we've ported using our 32-bit development environment that's running under Windows NT. It, of course, is probably familiar to all you Visual C++ users. It's the Visual C++ tutorial Scribble app. Not too exciting, other than the fact that we've taken the 16-bit source code, recompiled it, and it's now running on 32 bits. Behind the scenes, we have the Visual C++ 2.0 integrated development environment. This is a lot more integrated than our current products. We've tightened up the connection between resource editing and code editing. As you can see here, we have a new project window that lets you examine the files in your project. You can double-click to open up the source files. You can also open up the resource file. But as you'll notice here, instead of launching the separate App Studio resource editor, we've integrated the resource editor inside of the Visual Workbench. So you can edit all your code resources, your source code, and all the components of your application from within one Visual Workbench. In addition, the project window is also good for examining individual objects. We support right-mouse context-sensitive menus, so you can go and adjust, for example, the project setting. You can set settings on a per-project basis. So, for example, you want to change your C++ code generation options. You can turn on entire project optimization, say, for the Pentium chip. Or if you want to do it on a case-by-case basis, you could select those files you want the new rules to apply to. We make it very easy to customize the build rules. You might have also noticed that we support multiple targets in this version of Visual C++. We make it very easy to add new targets, and a very important part of Visual C++ 2.0 is we've extended the target capability to not only support Windows NT, but also to support the Macintosh. So, let me show you some other features of Visual C++ in the development environment. Of course, developers like customizability, so we made the toolbars and the general window management more customizable. You can tear off your toolbars. You can select from a variety of other toolbars. Of course, we support customizability of toolbars, as well as the general tools menu, as well as the keyboard, so you can bind keystrokes to individual commands. Now, underneath this new IDE is, of course, our C++ compiler. We've added template support in this version of C++. We also support C++ exceptions. And of course, there's a new version of MFC. Provides all that functionality that you need for 32-bit and on the path for the future of Chicago and Cairo. In addition, since this is a Win32 32-bit multi-threaded app, we also use Windows NT and the 32-bit API to make the development environment faster. And in this version, we've added incremental linking. We've also added a lot of other features to make it easy to debug applications. So let me show you some of the new debugger features very quickly. So here we are inside of the Visual Workbench in debug mode. You'll see it's very similar to today's product, but we now make use of what we call dockable windows. These are windows sitting on the outside of your MDI application that let you arrange your screen real estate in an efficient manner. You can grab objects from the source window and drag and drop them into the watch window, and they'll automatically be displayed for you. So we're taking a very powerful drag-drop user interface paradigm and making it easy to debug using these features. Of course, we have some brand new debugging technology in Visual C++ 2.0. Two major new features. We support a new way of debugging OLE applications. This lets you focus your time on debugging your code and not tracing into those OLE DLLs. Then the other major innovative feature is what we call just-in-time debugging. It's a way for you to run your application, and when your application crashes, the debugger will get launched and show you the offending line of code. That allows you to look at your program, find out the problem, and patch it and continue executing your program. Of course, the result of all this is a 32-bit application. the C++ MFC applications. Where appropriate, you can use all the OLE ODBC functionality you have in Visual C++ 1.5. We've added multi-threading support to MFC. We've added Unicode support. We've added tab dialog support. Lots of new features that our customers have asked for. In addition to all of the development environment and targeting options, we've added new platforms as well. So everything you've seen here running under Windows NT on Intel will also be available on RISC platforms. We're going to be starting out with the RISC version, the MIPS version of our RISC product, and later on we'll also be working on DEC Alpha and other RISC chips. And what's really exciting is the fact that the same development system running on a Windows NT machine can be used with an add-in. The add-in will support targeting the Macintosh. This is what you might have heard of as Wings. So we target the Macintosh, host under Windows NT. This is a really innovative way of developing cross-platform apps. Same set of source code, same set of developers' tools, same experience of your developers is now leveraged for Windows, Windows NT, all the Win32 APIs, as well as the Macintosh. No lowest common denominator solution here. Well, I mean, that's all I have to show you right now for Visual C++ 2.0. A lot more features we'll be showing you in the next DevCast, but that's all we have for now. Back to you, Jeff.
Thanks very much, Scott. Thanks for squeezing all that in, the time we had available. We will show you a lot more in the next DevCast about Visual C++ 2.0. That pretty much wraps it up for today. I hope you found the program very valuable and the supplemental technical information. When you review it, you can find a lot of application to your own development. Let me just conclude by asking very much that you give us as much feedback as you can. On the slide here, we show the ways you can give us feedback. Send us hard copy mail, send us email at the internet at devcast@microsoft.com. Talk to us on the DevCast forum up on CompuServe and tell us what tools you want, what information you want, what you want in the next DevCast, because we will definitely listen, and we're going to go back to Redmond now and start working on the next one based on your feedback. So with that, I'd like to thank everybody in TechEd and everybody joining us around the world very much for being with us today, and have a good rest of the day.
Watching DevCast today. Your feedback on this show is critical to the DevCast team. Please take the time to fill out and return your feedback forms. For more information on how you can receive this or any Microsoft broadcast into your organization, or to register for the next Solutions Telecast on June 21st, please call 1-800-423-8883. Thank you for watching.